Yeah, hello? Good morning, darts fans, and welcome to day 4 of week 1 of stage 1 here at the Online Darts Live League. I am the asset, Paul Nicholson, and I am your host this week. I hope you've enjoyed the last few days of action. We've seen someone progress to the finals already in the shape of Dave Pallett. We've had a really competitive 3 days in Group A where it could have been one of possibly 5 players who could have won it yesterday. But it did have to be Dave Pallett in the end, so let's have a little look to see how he did it. He won on 20 points, and he was tied with Jelle Klassen on 20 points. You can see Jelle's in the number 2 position, but the leg difference did come into play. Plus 14 for Pallett was more than enough in the end, and all he needed to do was win his very last match yesterday to get through, and he did that by 4 legs to 0. As for the others, you will see more of Jelle Klassen a little bit later on tonight, as he and Robert Owen are graduated towards Group B, which will start at 10 PM tonight on Sporty Stuff TV. As for Osborne, Keelan Kay and Lee Cox, you will see more of them this morning and into the early afternoon, and you will also see them tomorrow as they fight for 2 spots in Group C, and they will be joined by the likes of Adam Atkinson, Jamie Durrant and Tony Newell. They don't have a great deal of experience here at the Live League. They have been here once or twice in the case of Durant and Newell, but Atkinson is a debutant today, so let's see what he can do when he joins us. But for now, we are going to have a bit of a northern battle with Middlesbrough against Cumbria in the shape of Osborne against Tony Newell to start us off today. Osborne comes into Thursday morning, having scrubbed all of the points that he's won already this week. And he's up against this lad, the Bear, from Kendal in Cumbria, with that unique style, which we will talk about a little bit more in the coming legs. But these are 2 players who have been pitting their wits against a lot of players in the ADC system this year. And they find themselves with pretty healthy rankings in that system.
Oh,
but
like
it's all about the Live League the next couple of days.
On.
Everybody starts on 0 points here in Group C, and it will be a 2-day group. 2 points for a win. All games best of 7 legs.
137.
And they will have an equal amount of starts. And by that I mean they will have the darts 5 times, and they will not have the darts 5 times.
100.
In this case, Osborne has them, and when he plays Newell in the last game tomorrow, he won't.
140.
Now, Tony's been having a pretty decent season. I mentioned the ADC system. He did actually win a rather big tour event on the 1st of May up in Tyne and Weir at Rainton Meadows Arena. That was ADC Championship Tour 2. The person who won the day before is coming up in game number 3
180.
in the shape of Adam Atkinson, but we don't have to wait too long for our first maximum of the day, which comes from the Wizard.
60. Colin, you require 44.
Yesterday we started with a 10 darter from Dave Pallett. How about an 11 dart start today?
Game shot on the first.
You betcha.
Colin Osborne.
That's what we get. 11 darts to start the day. It doesn't get much better than that. And as far as Osborne is concerned, that's the ideal start.
Second gets Tony to throw first.
I hate to say it, Tony, but welcome back to the Live League. 11 darts against you in your first leg back.
84.
That's pretty harsh. But we have seen Tony once before. That was in Phase 5 of last year, where he racked up 10 points from 10 games. So you don't need me to tell you that his win percentage is 50%.
45.
He had a running average of 85.4 when he was here last. Only got a couple of maximums. He's not noted for maximum shooting because of the darts he uses.
95.
But his doubles were excellent. 45% for 10 matches. And if he keeps that up, and gives himself enough chances, he will be a force
100.
over the next couple of days. As for Osborne, he's played slightly more matches. And a second maximum
180.
already. For one of the best players to have ever come out of Teesside.
100.
This is Colin's 309th match in Live League Darts over the last couple of years. He's won 168 of them for a win percentage just shy of 55%, which is pretty good. His running average of 88.51 throughout his career
45.
has been very fair because that's what he delivers
42.
more often than not. And sometimes he can throw a little bit better than that with a personal best of 108. Double 11.
120. Tony Rook 127.
I was just about to say, if he hit that, he's definitely had his very well-known wheat biscuits for breakfast.
$85. Colin, you require 22.
No hesitation in going straight for it.
Game shot on the
And
second
why not?
leg. Colin
That is a
Osborne.
brilliant start. In 27 darts, he has taken the first 2 legs. He's already at the halfway point.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Needless to say, if he can replicate what he's done in the first 2 legs, I think he's going to win this game.
140.
Now, Colin this week has, at times, played some really
55.
good stuff. But it was a mark of just how good Group A was that he didn't even get in the top half.
140.
And the way he started so far today, this is going to fill him full of confidence if he can get a nice big win.
85.
But this week he's averaged 86.8, 16 maximums, and he's already got 2 more here. Maybe another one.
180.
This is extraordinary. His doubles percentage this week has been under par, at a shade over 30%. But he has had the joint most ton plus outs, but he hasn't needed ton plus outs in this game. That's his second 11 darter.
Colin Osborne.
Wow, 38 darts for 3 legs. Only 1 more to go. And I said after 2 legs, if he could replicate what he did in the first 2, he would win.
$45.
Now, there is something on the line in this leg, and I don't want to mention it. I really don't.
140.
But the closer we get to it, the more I might have to. I'm going to see what he scores next, and then I'm going to mention it.
140.
Must switch.
91.
And that is a lovely switch. If he converts that 270 points in 6 darts or less, it will be a new
60.
Live League average record. For me, he's going to need to get 130 or 90. Lovely lie.
140.
He's left 130 for the record. If that goes, Jason Askew's 118.44 will be broken, and that was set in week 1 of phase 1
60.
last year.
Colin, you record 130.
Over to you, Colin. It's a difficult lie for a 60.
65.
Not quite. Fabulous effort, but now it's about winning the match. And now that the bear has got a maximum, this is a very difficult 65. .54 left to win 4-0 in game 1.
25. Tony requires 16.
Now we have a game on our hands. Great guide. He's got 2 of them.
8.
But can't find the target.
Colin, you require 40.
Double top for the ideal start today. This is really difficult. How does he find this bed?
5.
There's your answer. He couldn't.
Tony require 8. Game shot on
the
fourth
first leg of his
Tony
campaign
Newell.
in Group C for Tony Newell. He needed lots of mismatched darts from Colin Osborne. I've actually forgotten how many he missed because I was more focused on the record.
Colin to throw first.
And you can see how those averages can slip so quickly. Being within 3 darts
80.
of that record, a few missed shots for the match. And the next thing you know, it slips by about 15 points.
.43.
I make it 4 match darts missed by Osborne, who finished on 14 points in Group A, in 4th position.
134.
14 points was not a bad haul. It was a very tight group. Pallet won it,
60.
and on points, leg difference and form, you'd have to say that the right person won that group. He had a better win percentage, better running average, better doubles percentage than most.
35.
And as good as Colin Osborne has played in this game, that last dart is something he'd want to forget. Maybe that one just slipped out of his grip.
76.
And Tony's had a very tumultuous journey here to the Live League. He was stuck in
140.
some ridiculous traffic, not that far from where he lives. Based on what I saw on his social media yesterday, he wants to make the journey worth it.
15.
Just hasn't
Colin, you
figured out the
require
line yet
112.
so far today. And Osborne has got a bucket full of darts to finish the job.
Yep.
Double top once again.
72.
I think Tony's trying to figure out the line that he needs. That's why he's shuffled a little bit to his right.
45.
Seems to have figured that
You
out.
require 40.
His next game will be against Keelan Kay in match 4. Will that be where he throws his next darts?
20.
Not just yet.
$100. Colin, you
That's a little bit
require
better.
20.
Big fan of that dart shirt, by the way, Tony. Like it a lot. Double 5.
15.
And believe it or not, that is now 11 darts missed for the match. He will not want to be setting a different type of record. The way things are going right
74.
now, he wants to
Colin, you
get
require
rid of
5.
this. Double 2.
1.
I may have to start looking at different records, I'm afraid.
Tony require 88.
Oh, I missed the 18. Got to guarantee the
24.
single in moments like that.
Colin, you require 4.
That was a genuine chance to get back in the match.
No score.
He's still in the match.
Tony requires
By hook or by
64.
crook. Another one of those for the double.
32. Colin, you require 4.
I almost don't want to say how many mismatched darts it is. Double one.
No score.
But I guess I have to.
Tony require 32.
18. Double 8.
No
Oh,
score.
that's a wicked deflection.
Colin, you require 4.
What a contrasting first game this has been. It's a game of what could have been.
Two. Tony requires 32.
And miraculously, Newell is still in this match.
Game show on the 5th leg. Tony Newell.
I'm not really sure what I have to say about that leg. It wasn't very good. We thought that Osborne was cruising, but now he's missed 21 match darts, and he has to go all the way back to 501.
6th leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
There is a genuine chance now, if Newell can hold his throw, that he could win this game.
140.
And at one point, the difference in the averages was almost 50. I'm not over-embellishing that, because Osborne was around the 120 mark,
54.
and Newell was in the low 70s. Darts is hard. It is not easy.
140.
Just to emphasise what this game has been like, Osborne has missed 22 darts at double in this match. 21 of them have been for the match.
85.
The most missed darts at a double in a match was Scott Marsh versus Jared Cole at the end of last year. He missed 26.
Only 136. $96.
We may be going all the way. And I feel like I've traversed into the twilight zone.
97. Tony
Double
requires
top
40.
for Newell for a 13 darter. This is awkward.
20.
And another chance for Osborne to get the 2 points,
110.
because that's all he wants now. He might stay there.
$52. Tony required 20.
Double 5.
Game
We
show
are
on the
going
6th
all
leg.
the way.
Tony Newell.
One of the strangest, if not the strangest game of darts I have seen this year at the Live League. A one-leg shootout coming up.
7th and final leg. It's Colin to throw first.
I guarantee you that if Osborne does get
45.
broken in this 7th leg, this will have an impact on the rest of his campaign today. How could it not?
60. $180.
You could say that's what's been missing over the last few legs, but he didn't need a 4th maximum. He needed a match dart to go in.
120.
But he does have 4 maximums. Newell's got 1, which was very influential in winning one of the legs that he shouldn't really have been playing in.
134.
Tony needs another 60 and a prayer.
100.
And he needs Osborne to slow down towards the end of the match again. He's had a shot at double 11 on this earlier, but chooses not to go for the same route this time. I think that was prudent.
86. Colin, you require 40.
Can you get it done, Colin? I hope for your sake that you can.
No score.
Just
Tony
can't find the range on that match-winning shot. And Tony Newell is not going to get a match start himself here in leg 7.
90.
Not yet, at least.
Colin, you require 40.
Back he comes for 2 points.
Game
and
shot
on his
the
26th match start, Colin Osborne wins that match. After 3 legs and a bit, we were thinking that maybe the record was going to go. He was within two or three darts of setting a new Live League record, but he has to settle for an 84 average. That is one of the weirdest games I've ever seen. I have to admit that. So we're going to take a short break. I think we all need one after that. But when we come back, it's going to be Keelan Kay against Jamie Durrant. Hello folks, and thank you for staying with us here in Group C of the Online Darts Live League for Thursday, One of two sessions that you're going to see today, and this is the second match of round one as Keelan Kay takes on Jamie Durrant. Both adorning a nice shade of blue and black today, but Keelan comes back after having a very good Monday where he got 8 points. Last couple of days he has picked up more points.
To throw first. Game on.
But fell just short of a place in Group B. And he will be involved in a second 6-player group for this week to try and make his first appearance on a Saturday night here at the Live League. And it is a first appearance on a Saturday night that Jamie Durrant is looking for as well.
50.
As he makes his third appearance here after joining us for the very first time late last year.
100.
And he did make a brief appearance in Phase 1 a little bit earlier this season.
60.
But after missing out on a few phases, he is back.
83.
And you already get the feeling that this one's going to be a rapid fixture. Neither
60.
player hanging around.
$81.
Keelan Kay this week averaging 88.15, which
100.
is an improvement on what he's done here previously. He set the best individual
40.
game average for the week at 109.31, and that was on Monday. He's had 10 maximums,
100.
which is the least of any player actually from Group A. And he's had a checkered percentage just over 35%, which is pretty competent.
$105. Jamie require 82.
That leaves 79. That leaves double 11. We're getting plenty of looks at double 11 today.
22 left, yeah.
For the T-siders.
76.
And that leaves double 3.
Keelan, you require 16.
Double 2.
12. Jamie
Plenty of chances being missed already today. For both players in this first
Keelan,
match.
you require 4.
Who wants it?
Game on the
Keelan takes
first
it.
leg.
And I suppose it doesn't matter whether it's in 11 darts or 25 as long as you get the leg in the bank. That's what Keelan's just done.
Second look, it's Jamie to throw first.
I'm sure you recognise the surname of Jamie.
60.
The nephew of Lakeside legend Glenn Durrant. And it seems to me like he's using pretty similar equipment.
59.
You tend to find that happens within some families when they're darting families. They tend to use very similar equipment out of a sense of loyalty. And I quite like that. But you must use what is good for you.
85.
And obviously, Jamie's very comfortable with these. But when we have seen Jamie play,
100.
he's played 20 matches. He's won 4 of them. So he will want to impress a little bit more than previously. A running average over 82. And a personal best game of 92.15. So there is room for improvement for Jamie. And he'll be chomping at the bit today to try and prove that.
100.
He will need to brush up on his finishing as well. When he's been here previously, it has been under 30%. And if you look at the overall stats from all games over the last 18 months, it's around 34 to 35%. So he will need to find a little bit more. Bullseye for him.
60. Keelan, you require 76.
Another chance for Keelan.
60. Jamie required 25.
Double 8.
21.
These darts are going in
Keelan, you
so
require
quick.
16.
This is about as quick as it gets. And this leg is following a very similar pattern to the previous one.
Eight.
Overcorrection
Jamie
there from the
required
lord of the
4.
board. As Jamie looks at double 2
No score.
with no joy.
Keelan, you require 8. Game shown the
Plenty
second
of joy
leg.
for Keelan, though.
Keelan Kay.
He won't be happy with his average because it's in the low 60s. But he has a 2-0 lead. You wonder if he can use this to his advantage.
So look, it's Keelan to throw first. $40.
There have been plenty of times this week where Keelan has averaged 62 with 2 darts. That's why he won't be pleased with this.
60.
And he is the kind of player who does look at statistics, but I somewhat discourage young
100.
players from looking at stats. It's all about staying within a zone in the game
140.
and just playing the cards you're dealt or playing the score that you have.
80.
And there is a danger in a fixture like this that you can play too quick.
97.
You can get drawn into a fixture like he was yesterday against Jelle Klaassen.
140.
I just got the feeling that maybe both of them were trying to speed up when they didn't need to.
94. Keelan, you require 141. $58.
Chance for Durant to get his first leg on the board. Double 18.
92. Keelan, you require 83.
I don't think that one came out of his hand right. It seemed to wilt at the end.
Game
Oh,
shown
that's
the
a great
third
dart
leg.
from Keelan Kay.
Keelan Kay.
For a moment, I was thinking that he couldn't see that double 16 because the flight was airing towards the right-hand side, but he could see plenty of it.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
Now, as this is a 2-day group, the maximum amount of points, speaking of maximums,
180.
there's the first of the game. The maximum amount of points you can get is 20.
100.
If you get 18, you should be safe.
41.
So if Keelan can get 8 points today, or Jamie for that matter, then that is a pretty good
85.
start. You have to be in contention tomorrow. You can't afford to have a day like Lee Cox had on Monday,
41.
where he didn't pick up any points. He was already out of it after day 1. As it turns out,
60.
had Lee Cox won all of his remaining games on Tuesday and Wednesday, he would have been in a tie for the top spot.
40.
You don't want to have to do that. What you want to do is have 2 really good days. That leaves 193, so the 25 doesn't get him out of jail.
82. $83.
Now, does Keelan get 6 starts from here to win the match 4-0? A bit of a poisoned chalice already today.
83.
Colin Osborne was
Jamie Record,
130 points away from a record average. 40 points for Durant.
Game show
And
on
a
the
first
fourth
leg.
leg.
That is
Jamie
much
Durant.
better with a ton plus checkout and an 18 darter. That will make him feel so much better.
Fifth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
A little photo by Keelan there as he
180.
gets his first maximum of the contest.
58.
I'm sure he would just like to get this one done and dusted. He's got a lot more
81.
winning experience here at the Live League, even though he is younger than Jamie.
140.
In Keelan's career, he has played 153 games, winning almost 44% of them. So he's got more experience and a better win percentage than Jamie. So coming into this, he will have been
95.
quite a hot favourite.
144.
That leaves 69.
90.
And that's handily placed because he does like double top.
98.
Jamie Durrant's second match is against Lee Cox in Game 6. Keelan's
34. Jamie require 110.
is a little bit sooner than that against Tony Newell in Game 4. Double 18.
Game shown the fifth leg.
Where
Jamie
did that
Durrant
come from? 110 finish and a second consecutive ton out to keep things very interesting.
Sixth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. $140.
Make no mistake, I am not counting out someone from the north of England in winning a match
85.
with 4 ton plus checkouts because it happened last week. Graham Usher,
135.
from the same sort of area of the country as Jamie Durrant, maybe a little bit further south,
100.
took out a 167 and 3 other ton plus
140.
finishes to win a match last week. And there was a 9-darter in there as well, resulting in a 111 average.
140.
And look what Jamie
86.
Durrant's doing now.
Game shown the
Somebody's
sixth leg.
walking him up.
Jamie Durrant.
There's an 11-darter, our second 11-darter of the day. And all of a sudden, in the matter of
Seventh and
14
final leg, it's Keelan
darts,
to throw first.
things have
Game
changed
on.
in this game. As soon as Keelan Kay missed that shot at tops for the match,
99.
Jamie Durrant has hit a 110 finish and an 11-darter to take us all the way.
86. $137. $55.
This is the kind of drama we're going to get all morning and all early afternoon.
95.
I think I might need to lie down this afternoon. And some of these players might as well.
59.
Well, this would be the ideal way to finish things off.
91.
You'll be very glad that Jamie's so far back. But do yourself a favour, Keelan.
57.
Get rid of it before he's on a ton plus
79.
finish. Double top.
39.
Well, he's only got to miss another 23 darts for the match. If he's to equal what
42.
Colin Osborne did in match 1,
40.
which was a record, a joint record.
Game
But he doesn't
shot
make
of
the same
match.
error. And he does
Keelan
get over the
Kay.
line by 4 legs to 3. I think we're going to be in for some very tight matches today. You can see that the averages did lift by a considerable margin over the last 3 or 4 legs. But ultimately, it is Keelan Kay who breathes a sigh of relief. And he does join Osborne on 2 points. Game number 3, it will see Lee Cox return to the hockey. And he has a fresh chance of winning a group up against debutant Adam Atkinson, which is coming up after the break. Hello folks and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday in Group C. Time to see our newest player in our roster, and that's Adam Atkinson from the northeast of England, and he's up against one of our seasoned professionals here at the Live League, and that is Lee Cox. It's a North versus South battle, as the London County captain will take on another one from the conveyor belt of brilliance from the northeast. 27-year-old from Hartlepool, a bit of a darting town, and as you can see, he's already won
First look, it's
a Championship Series event in the ADC Tour this year. He won the very first one, and that's one of the reasons why he's ranked number 2 in the ADC rankings right now, and the only person above him is a guy we have seen at the Live League this year in the shape of the Action Matt Jackson. But when you think of Hartlepool and darts, I'm sure you're thinking of Jeff Stelling, a very, very famous announcer on Sky Sports who used to present darts on Sky Sports.
140.
I had a very brief chat with Adam this morning, and I said, because I didn't know where he was from, I asked him, where are you from in the northeast? And he said Hartlepool, and I said, oh, you must know Paul Jennings then.
100.
2-time quarter-finalist at Lakeside. And he said, yes, I do.
$95.
It'll be really interesting to see what Adam can bring to the table this week. He's obviously got some very good technique there. Slight lean. Shoulder tends to jolt a bit when he throws the dart, but there's a lot of good technical aspects to that throw.
$140.
We'll talk a bit more about Lee Cox in leg number 2, because he's had a pretty tumultuous week so far, and he'll be very glad it's Thursday morning and he can chalk Group A.
87, 56.
16 for tops for Lee.
$16.
Yeah, quite unfortunate that didn't bounce in. That's a nice approach. But with Lee on tops, you would fancy the leg should be done. And the leg is done. Fine stuff there from Lee Cox, who gets the first leg in 18 darts. So let's see if he can double his lead the way that the other competitors from Group A this week did.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Yes, that's what we've seen so far. The people who competed in Group A, Osborne and Kay, racing out to 3-0 leads.
180.
As Adam gets his first maximum here at the Live League. First of many, maybe.
140.
But eventually, the guys from Group A this week got over the line by 4 legs to 3. Right now, I think Lee would take that. Because if you think about his tumultuous week, he averaged 83.86 for the first 3 days, which is a little bit under par for him when he plays here. His doubles were under par as well at 26%, so he knows he didn't play as well as he could have.
43.
He got 6 points, but he got all of those 6 points on the final 2 days. And he did improve day on day. Monday, 0 points.
33.
Tuesday, 2 points. Wednesday, 4 points. So if he can get 6 today or more, he will be trending in the right direction.
72.
Biggest finish of the week so far for Lee, 115.
60. Adam, you require 106.
And he can't get to a finish here, giving Adam a bit of breathing space in leg 2. Had his first maximum in this leg.
Game
And
shot on the
also gets
second
his
leg.
first ton plus
Adam
finish.
Atkinson.
So, the man who obviously is nicknamed the Poolie on the back of his shirt,
That gets Lee to throw first.
he'll be feeling pretty chipper about his start in this game, as you can see, averaging 93 after a couple of legs. If you can maintain that, you will do some damage.
$96.
Hartlepool is in fact famous for something else, which probably shouldn't be mentioned, but it has something to do with
$95.
certain primates being treated in a certain way, let's put it that way. But in a somewhat more politically correct century and decade that we live in,
81.
I don't know how politically correct it is for me to say it, so I'm not going to. But people from Hartlepool do still, in certain circles, carry that nickname.
100.
I do think darts nicknames need a bit of a makeover, though. There are some good ones out there, but there are also some shockers.
140.
I do like Crafty Coxy, though. It's a bit of homage to Eric Bristow,
125.
but it's very Lee, and it makes sense because he's the London County captain, so having that London connection makes it plausible.
81. Lever 196.
Lee will fancy this, and he may need double-double. Oh, that's a beautiful dart, though.
80. Adam, you require 103.
He took 106 in leg 2. Doesn't get a shot at double 16 again.
52. He requires 16.
Double 4.
8.
And it's happening
Adam, you
again,
require
unfortunately
51.
for Lee. He's missing too many doubles. That's a missed single. And he's obviously a double 16 kind of guy.
Game shot on the
That's
third
why.
leg. Adam
He's left it
Atkinson.
twice now on purpose because he's obviously someone who favours that over double top, and it's given him the lead.
Fourth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
I've just noticed as well that there is what looks like a ship's steering wheel on the back of the shirt, which
85.
may be some sort of homage to Hartlepool. It is littered in history to do with things like pirates.
46.
I'll let him tell you that story at some point, but this isn't a bad debut from Adam, averaging 89. So far he hasn't missed a double.
60.
We have seen people make their debuts and they get caught in headlights a bit. They just don't seem to settle straight away on this hockey.
58.
Because you've got to be super quiet in here. There's only 3 people in there. Any noise you make will be heard. So you have to be able to play in a quiet atmosphere. But he seems to be settling down rather quickly.
134. $85.
Right now, he is the favourite for the match. And after that decent start from Lee in leg 1, you would have thought that maybe he was going to be the one to start well today, but It's now Lee who has to fight back.
$85. Adam, you require 82.
You can leave double 16 from this 82, but you need to find a bullseye. Well, that leaves 69.
42.
And we're about to find out what he's like on tops.
$100. Adam, you require
Over to
40.
you, Adam. Can you hold in 16 to 18 darts?
Game shot on the fourth.
He's obviously good
Adam
at doubles
Atkinson.
because he hasn't missed one yet. 2 shots at double 16, check. 1 shot at tops, check. Winning the game, question mark.
Fifth leg is Lee to throw first.
Well, he's more likely to win this one than Lee right now because he only needs 1 more leg.
46.
We've had 4 ton plus averages this week. 3 of them have been identical at 100.2. The other one, vastly better from Keelan Kay earlier on Monday
81.
of 109.31. You wonder if we can get a new weekly best from this group
95.
or whether we will have to wait until a little bit later tonight when Rob Owen and Jelle Klassen return for their second crack of the whip. Or whether we'll get that from 3 people making their first
59.
appearance this week in the shape of Aaron Monk, Jamie Kelling or Nick Kenny. I will say one thing.
100.
Tonight's evening session is a bit feisty.
$56.
I don't know about those switches, you know. I'm someone who is surrounded by some of the best counters on Planet Darts on a regular basis.
100.
And I think that when you've got 361 and you're having to switch, you need to try and get to 270 by using the 17s, then the 18s. And if you get the treble 17, you go back to the 20s. But what he has shown us right here is
83.
that going 18s first on
Leave
305 is
160.
definitely the right shot.
$60.
2 darter left for Lee. You don't need me to tell you that these guys have never played before here at the Live League because this is Adam's first match.
134. He require 100.
This may be now or never. That's why he went for 2 double tops.
40. Adam, you require
Can Adam
88.
have a perfect doubling performance on his debut game? 18 and bull to finish it.
43. Lee
First
requires
match
60.
start missed. Only needs to miss 25 more to equal Osborne from game 1.
Game shot on
This
the
game
fifth
will
leg.
continue.
Lee
Of course it's going to continue because the first 2 games were 4-3. I'm sure this one is going to be as well.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
He does get those darts to fly so nicely.
177.
Seems like a confident lad. It's a good age, 27, to really find your form. He could well be someone like
140.
Connor Scott from last year, who comes to the Live League and finds a bit of a home. Somewhere where he can harness his skills a bit more and find even more confidence than he already has.
59.
He won a tournament recently in Billingham, up in the northeast of England. And if you automatically
97.
think that that tournament that he won in Billingham will have been just some event where 20 people turned up to it and it doesn't mean anything. Any local tournament in the Northeast is well attended and the talent there will be
95.
ridiculous. So for him to win something there tells me something. As well as that Championship Series win earlier in May.
58. And you require 170.
Biggest finish so far for him was 106. Needs another one of those to finish with a wallop. Oh, look at that bullseye! What a shot from Adam Atkinson. What have we found with this guy? Barely missed a double in the match. In fact, he only missed one dart, and that is the best bullseye I have seen in Live League history, right in the middle. We're going to take some photos of that one. Welcome to the Live League, Adam. 92.23, 80% on the checkouts, and that maximum checkout to finish things off. That was magnificent. Round one, very dramatic. Let's take a break, and when we come back, round two will commence, and we will see Keelan Kay up against the Bear Tony Newell. Time for round two of our matches for today, and Tony Newell will come back to the Oki to face Keelan Kay for 2 more points on offer. Kay got the start that he wanted. Maybe not the way he wanted to do it. He had to survive against Jamie Durrant. But the 40-year-old Tony Newell from Cumbria is back to try and rectify things from game one, which was more than strange.
Okay, first like it's Tony to throw first.
Tony's a lovely guy, really approachable. Bit of a cuddly teddy bear, really. But I think even he would admit that that first game was one of the strangest games he's ever been a part of.
Hey, tier 1.
But he has made a change to his way of throwing a dart that I've noticed. Because previously when I have played against Tony or seen him play on the European Tour and things like that, when he had a tour card,
64.
he was getting the darts to land a bit flatter. You may recognise the equipment that he uses because it's very similar to the stuff that Phil Taylor used to use. Small, bulbous dart, slick stick type of stem where you actually feed the flight through a gap and then fan it out. But he's using a slightly larger flight these days.
96.
Hence why the dart is sitting up instead of lying down. We'll see what he's got in the tank today. I know that a lot of players, when they play their first game of a campaign, that they need to shake off a bit of ring rust. Now that Tony has done that, maybe we can see what he can really do. And this is a much better leg.
57.
Nice and steady, not losing the line as much as he did in his first game.
100.
But he is under pressure to hit this tops.
Game shown the
he
first
does hit
leg.
it.
Tony
That
Newell.
is a really good, steady leg of 17 darts to get himself started in this match with a hold of throw.
Second leg is Keelan to throw first.
I've had a tweet from one of our regular viewers, a guy
96.
called Declan, who was intrigued about the records we were talking about a little bit earlier. And don't forget, you can get in touch with us today at Darts Live League or myself at the Asset 180. Declan is asking about the most darts it's taken to win a leg in the Live League. That's a really good question. I will look into that for you, but I have a sneaky suspicion it's around 33 or 34 darts to win a leg. That's just off the top of my head. I actually will look into that for you.
11. $140.
One thing I can tell you off the stat sheet that I have in front of me, the fastest game we've ever had was 5 minutes, 48 seconds. Graham Usher against Gavin Carlin.
125.
And just to tell you how good Graham Usher is, he's also got the second fastest. 2 seconds slower at 5 minutes and 50 seconds. You wouldn't believe the amount of records I've got in front of me, courtesy of our in-house stats guru.
$16.
No dramas for Keelan. He's just wired tops twice, but he is coming back for it.
45. Keelan, you require 40.
Keeps wiring it. Just taking a bit of a longer look at this one.
Game shown the second leg.
That was so well thought out. He obviously went too far away with dart 2, didn't like it, stepped back, took another look, and got it hit.
Then it gets Tony to throw first.
For a 20-year-old kid,
83.
he really does have a very mature head on his shoulders. And he's not thinking too far ahead as well.
100.
He's someone who just wants to gradually get better, year on year, and then his time will come.
100. $60.
I think this is a very tight game.
100.
I'm not entirely sure who's going to win this one because there were frailties for both players in their first game.
78.
It may come down to a last leg shootout once again.
$125. $101.
Well, Declan, I've got the answer to your question. The longest leg is 34 darts, and it was Jason Hogg versus Gary Robson. And that was earlier this year.
53.
I had a sneaky suspicion it was either 11 or 12 visits. We don't want to see many more of those today, do we? One thing we are seeing plenty of
43. Tony
is the camera pointing to double top.
Game shot
And
the
double
third
top
leg.
getting hit.
Tony Newell.
3 times from 3, but it's Tony Newell, the Bear, from Cumbria, who takes the 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
One thing Keelan has struggled with this week is breaking people's throw.
100.
That's one of the reasons why he lost ground on Tuesday in Group A. It's very easy for me to say if you hold your throw all the time,
9.
you're going to be fine because you will get some breaks of throw, but they aren't guaranteed.
$46.
In fact, David Pallett, who won Group A, was masterful at holding his own throw. And yesterday, when he went into his final
57.
match, he knew he needed to win that match just to qualify. And he was playing against a Robert Owen, who had just been
100.
eliminated, but was playing some really good stuff at the time. And David Pallett won by 4 legs to 0, with an average just under 97.
140.
This is a very different paced game to what Keelan had against Jamie Durant.
121.
He's having to be a little bit patient here. And this game really does try your
59.
patience.
Getting back 134.
Great first start.
94.
I assure you he wasn't going for that small one, but it's worked out pretty well. Or maybe he was.
40. Keelan, you require 40.
I'll have to ask him later. But it's tops again.
Game shot on the fourth.
And it's
leg.
hit again.
Keelan Kay.
We are on for one of those games that could have the same double hit, possibly 7 times.
Fifth leg, it's Tony to throw first.
We've already had 4 of them.
$140.
You can see from the style of Newell that he is a left-eye dominant player. And what I mean by that
95.
is, when the dart is in front of his face, he uses his left eye for aiming purposes. Hence why the dart goes across his face
120.
and his follow-through is across his body. There are 2 very good examples. In fact, there are 3 that I can mention to you. One is Bobby George. The other one is Martin Lukeman. And on top of that, the greatest player of all time in Phil
49.
Taylor. They're all left-eye dominant players. And just because you are left-eye dominant
47.
and right-handed, it's not a weakness. You just have to work with it.
$95.
You can see that Keelan is right eye dominant because he brings the dart towards his right eye. That was for the 18 segment. He's left a little bit flat
Only required 97.
after that shot. Oh, well, the double top streak is gone.
73.
If Newell was to find double 12, 6 or 3 when he comes back. In the next leg, I'll give you some of the other records.
Only required 24.
Some of the strange records from live league history, if you are so curious. Because the next leg is imminent. With Tony Newell keeping another pattern going, and that is holds of throw. So Keelan needs to keep that going if we are to go to leg 7.
6 leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
The longest match we've had, 26 minutes and 35 seconds. That was Adrian Gray and Scott Marsh
95.
in the first phase of 2021. The shortest match
45.
in darts thrown was 99 darts by Chaz Barstow and Mike Gillett.
81.
That was in phase 4 of this year. And that's darts thrown by both players, remember.
68.
The longest game in number of darts for both players was Jamie Lewis and Dave
100.
Pauletti. I remember that game. I almost thought I'd cast it out from my memory. It wasn't a good one.
140.
This one's a bit better.
96.
Keelan's really working hard to stay in this contest. He would love to have 4 points out of 4. But he's got a problem.
140.
And that is that Newell is in a better position.
29. $53. Tony require 108.
This is to win the game. Needs a treble 19 now. He didn't necessarily have to go for
56.
that. He could have gone for treble 17, double 19 if he wanted an open target. Another one of those, or a 16. Double top to save the match.
36.
I think he had to go for the top right corner there.
52.
That's all he could see. Double top has been good to Newell.
32.
But we are seeing plenty of darts missed for matches so far today.
Game's on the 6th flag.
And Keelan takes us all the way for a third time from 4 games. We are going to leg 7. Will it be another hold or will it be a break for Keelan Kay?
7th and final leg, it's Tony to throw first. 60.
You might be surprised to know that only on 194 occasions have we had matches that have followed this pattern, where every single leg has gone with throw. And considering the amount of matches that we've played, that's quite a small amount.
99. 30.
Before today began, we'd had 5,395 games in the last 18 months.
43.
So that really is a small number. I actually thought that that would have happened a bit more often.
125.
Now, what does Newell do on 299? You must start 19s. Why do people do this? Got to go back upstairs.
139.
He got there, but it was the risky way. If you get a single 20 with the first dart, you can't leave a finish. If you get a single 19, you can.
93. Tony require 100.
I'll get off my soapbox now. He's only going to go and hit this, isn't he? That would have rubbed my face right in it.
100. Keelan, you require 150.
But this would rub Tony Newell's face in it. He can't replicate what he did against Klassen on Monday, which was a 1-6-1 to finish a match.
Tony requires 60.
And Newell is in at tops for 7 holes in this match.
$40.
That's now 4 missed darts for the match.
Keelan, you require 100.
In 2 different legs. What a steal this would be for the only break of throw in the game. Stay on the 60. The lie was so good. But he'd already
60.
thought about double top if he
Tony
didn't get the treble.
20.
He stuck to his plan. It just didn't work. Double 5 on the bright side is an open target.
Game
And it's
shot
lucky
on
number
the
7
match.
on the match darts for
Tony
Tony Newell.
Newell.
He wins his first game here in Group C. You can see the average was 4 less than his opponent, but having the darts in that match was a huge advantage because it meant that Keelan Kay did not get a match shot. Round 2 will continue after the break, and it's a battle of the 2 guys who put in, you could say, the best performances in the first round. Osborne and Atkinson will go at it in Game 5 when we return. One thing we are guaranteed for in match number 5 today is that someone is going to get to 4 points here in Group C. So let's get down to the hockey to see Osborne versus Atkinson. I think Owen Binks, our referee, is going to be the odd one out in this one because there is a distinct Teesside twinge to the accents of both players. And our referee is an Essex boy. Plenty of chitter-chatter between the player and the referee. You see that a lot from Rob Cross in the Elite. He likes to find a bit of a garrulous nature with the referee.
Right,
but it's down to business now. Best of 7 legs again.
Game on.
And as far as debuts are concerned, they don't really come much better than an average of 92.23, a win, and a 170 checkout.
Easy.
And I don't want to forget about the fact that his first leg win was a ton plus checkout of 106. I think Atkinson's got something to offer.
100.
He looked the most comfortable in round 1, beating Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2, which put him at the top of the table after
55.
round 1. But then again, we thought Colin Osborne was comfortable at 3-0 up, averaging 118 on 19.
43.
His average only came down by about 33 or 34 points. But he did get the win, and that's what it's all about, I guess.
99.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us today if you do have any viewpoints, any questions. By all means, I will be happy to answer them for you. If they're good questions, of course. But one thing you might want to know is that Adam Atkinson is the 153rd player to have played in the live league since the start of 2021. You know, when you make your debut for England
100.
or a cricketing country, they put a number on your shirt to let you know which number you are. Not again. Not again!
145.
Well, that would have been ridiculous.
Colin, you're going 160.
Could have hit 170s in consecutive legs. And Osborne's not going to replicate what he did a little bit earlier this week, because 160 is his biggest finish of this week.
82. Adam, you require 25.
Oops.
No score.
He is in shock by that one.
78.
That one was a bit of a googly. Spun the wrong way. I think that's perplexed him a little bit. And Osborne does not get a shot at double from 78, which is an error.
25.
Take 2 on 25. Much better.
Game show on the
And
first.
he doesn't miss much in the way of doubles, does he? Because in his first game, he was 80% on the doubles. He's missed a couple already so far here. A couple of shots, that is. But he's still 1-0 up.
To throw first.
Missing the single 9 and missing the bullseye are all forgiven and forgotten now because he's 1-0 up. Now, I could sit here for many an hour
57.
talking about darts from the northeast of England. It was my breeding ground back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And we used to go to tournaments
99.
in Tyne and Wear, in Northumberland, and further afield. And you would walk into a room and think, boy, this is a field.
100.
You'd walk into players like Gary Robson, Davy Richardson, Phil Nixon. Many, many more. Players from North Yorkshire, from Teesside,
125.
from Wearside, from Cumbria, from Northumberland, Tyne and Wear, all over the place. And people would travel to things like the Northumberland Open,
140.
the Cleveland Open.
Colin, you record 137.
And these would be big festivals over a few days where everybody would just migrate to a different place. And just to illustrate how big those tournaments were, people from other parts of the country would go there too. We used to have Ronnie Baxter, Alan Tabban, and many, many others would come from Scotland. Gary Anderson would travel down from his part of Scotland to some of these things.
Colin, you record 50.
That's how good those fields were. How good is Colin on tops?
10. Adam, you record
Adam's already taken this today. And he missed a 170 for the second time. How about a second 106?
$51. Colin, you require 40.
Two tens. Doesn't want to keep missing doubles. But he
30.
is. And you just get the feeling
55.
that missing all those doubles in his first game of the day has had an effect on him. Double top.
Game shot on the second.
And we are seeing a player who is very comfortable on the outer ring so far. This is as clean as it gets on a 55 checkout.
The biggest Adam to throw first. Game on.
Just speaking once again about those tournaments in the Northeast, I remember specifically one weekend, I think it may have been back in maybe 2000. On the Friday, we had the Colour Courts Open, which is in the North Tyneside coast. Then on the Saturday, it was the Cleveland Open. And on the Sunday, it was the Northumberland Open. 3 big opens in 3 days. And it was at the end of August.
57.
I remember drawing the same player in round 1 on the Friday and the Saturday. And the Sunday. It was all a bit strange.
48.
But the person who won the Northumberland Open, that year that I remember anyway, was a player called Les Hodkinson from Cambridgeshire. He travelled all the way from Cambridgeshire to Northumberland.
83.
And he beat a little-known 2-time world champion in the final called Gary Anderson. I remember that because I was calling that final.
140.
22 years later, 2 Northeast lads, live on Sporty Stuff TV, and I'm sitting in a commentary box. It's amazing how things happen. Beautiful
180.
I'm starting to see what people have been rabbiting about when it comes to Adam. I've had tweets about him. I even had someone earlier this year say, why isn't he played in the Live League yet?
100. Adam, you require 81.
You guys were right. His time is now. Double 12.
Game shot.
And he's going to take some stopping playing this way.
Atkinson.
This is good stuff. 86.71 average so far. It's not his level best, but it's extremely consistent.
Colin to throw first. $100.
I'm a big fan of good technique as well. If you look at his forearm, it is directly perpendicular to the ceiling. That's a really good sign for a right-handed dart player on this camera angle. It's a lot more difficult to pick it for a left-hander.
95.
But you see the right elbow in a lovely position, and it stays nice and still through the throw. It doesn't dip or climb.
100.
It's got a bit of Jamie Hughes about it. That's probably as big a compliment as I can pay Adam.
97.
And you see plenty of dart players these days with facial hair. Colin's a bit of a dying breed with a clean-shaven look every day.
85.
Don't ask me how that last dart got in, because I've got no idea. He may be a magician in disguise. Now that leaves 184. So he must stay up top.
79.
That was a bit of a risky dart, because if he hit the single, he was going to leave 166. Oh well, potato, potato.
48.
It's worked out pretty well.
And you require 130.
What's he going to do now?
90.
Nice little ladder shot there from Osborne. Jumps from the 20 to the 18 back to the 12s to leave tops. And he's going to persevere with the shots at tops.
100. Colin, you require 40.
These are the shots that are really difficult for him, because that's what happens with the flat lie.
No score. Adam, you require 105.
Match point for the Poolie. He's going to make his mind up on double 16. He's been brilliant down here. And he is once again.
Match.
He just
Adam
knows how to
Atkinson.
finish a game, doesn't he? 170 to finish his first game. 105 this time. This guy, we might as well call him the finisher, because his doubles have been excellent so far. 80% in his first game, 67% pretty much with the next one, and he loves a ton plus finish. He's had 3 of them already, and I'm sure there are going to be more. Our first 4-0 win of the day. Round 2 will finish up now as we get another look at Jamie Durrant. He's going to be up against Lee Cox in Game 6 after the break. Welcome back, everybody, and we're going to close out round number 2 of our matches for Group C for Thursday with the 2 players who are yet to score so far. So it's over to you, Jamie Durant and Lee Cox. Jamie Durant will be feeling pretty fresh, the 32-year-old. He didn't play in Q School this year. He's not played in the Challenge Tour either. But he did play in the Challenge Tour last year. Played 20 matches and won 8 of them.
It's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
It's not a bad hit rate. Finished in 107th position in the order of merit for last year.
96.
His best result was the last 32.
96.
But only 2 places can progress to the finals over the next couple of days. And he's going to need more of the form that we saw from him in legs 4, 5 and 6 in his first game, where he picked off a couple of ton-plus finishes. A bit more of that, and he might have a chance in this group.
43.
And Lee did not win his first game. He lost to an impressive Adam Atkinson.
100.
And it turns out that was not a fluke, considering what we saw against Colin Osborne just now.
56.
But one thing Lee's going to have to get used to when he's playing Jamie is the quickened pace.
57. 140.
Seems to be pretty comfortable here in Game 2, which is good to see. Now, not many people will be leaving double 13 on purpose.
95. Jamie,
let's see if it works for Jamie.
Game shot on the
has
first
indeed.
leg. Jamie
18 darts, and a decent start here from Jamie. 6 visits, takes a 1-0 lead, and he'll be happy with this.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. $140.
He's going to be pretty happy with that start. I think it's fair to say that Lee's
46.
form over the last few days has not been his best that he's shown us here at the Live League. But this is a very difficult school to play well in.
180.
But maybe he's listening to me, because this is more like it.
134.
This is a great leg of darts.
86.
With one dodgy dart in there. He'll be hoping that there's only 2 more in this one. We have seen
59. Lee required
an
95.
11 darter so far today from Osborne. Seems like a long time ago now. 61 confirmed.
59.
And he will come back for double 18.
$98. Lee required 36.
Good thinking from Durant.
Game shot on the
Look
second
at that,
leg.
right in the corner.
Lee Cox.
Lee Cox won't mind that whatsoever, because he's had so many darts wired this week. He won't mind one right in the corner.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Just looking at Jamie's history here at the Live League, he's been here twice.
96.
His first day, it was the same sort of time frame as this.
82.
It was a Thursday morning. He won his first game against Robert Thornton. Quite the win, really.
140.
That was before Robert came into the World Seniors Championship as one of the favourites and won it. But Jamie beat him by 4-2. And he also beat Martin Heenan
60.
by 4-3 that day. The only other game he
45.
did win on his first visit here was against Martin Heenan the very following day. So, he obviously liked playing against the Irishman. This year,
135.
he has only won one match. That was his first match against Kurt Parry by 4-1.
75.
But unfortunately, since then, he has lost 10 matches against the likes of Thornton, Jim McEwen, Lisa Ashton, and Rob Collins. And of course today, against Keelan Kay.
54. Jamie Rock 145.
He will hope not to be on that losing streak a little bit later into our session
92.
today. He'll want to get rid of that
170.
to stop me talking about it.
$43. Jamie required 53.
Double top.
Game
And
shot on
Jamie
the third
Durant
leg.
is finding
Jamie
a lovely
Durant.
17 dart leg to take the lead by 2-1. This is more like it. An average in the mid-80s and very decent doubling at 50% so far. This is good stuff.
$100.
We are going to see something
78.
from Aaron Monk a little bit later. He holds a bit of a strange record. He has lost the most consecutive legs here at the Live League. 19 in a
100.
row. Alongside Bradley Kirk from Phase 1 of 2021. That is not the kind of record that you want next to your
58.
name. But what I can confirm is that the current record for matches lost
100.
consecutively, that stands with Aaron Turner from the end of last year. He had a losing streak of 17 games.
40. $59.
Another thing I like about watching
96.
Jamie play is that he doesn't give anything away.
142.
I wouldn't want to play cards against him. He's fast, effective,
90.
and doesn't give you any ammunition. And even when he is displeased with the dart, he just gets on with it.
45. Lee required 52.
Double 16. Slight change of tactic here for Lee Cox. He's usually a
20.
double top kind of guy. But it just seems to me that this week, not everything is clicking for Lee. He needs to find
80.
something
Lee required
in the middle of a
32.
game, something that he can remember for the rest of his campaign.
Game shot on the fourth
You
leg.
never know.
Lee
That
Cox.
might be it, because it's 2-2. We might have another game today where everything goes with throw, because that's the pattern we're following.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. $47. $140.
That's a lot more like it from Lee. Trying to mount an assault here on the Durant throw.
60.
I expect big things from tonight. Don't miss our late night action on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m.
180.
That's the second max of this match for Lee. That takes his average over 90 for the first time.
140.
I just get the feeling that when you've got a former world champion in Jelle Klaassen,
60.
former world youth champion in Aaron Monk, and some very good experience from the likes of Jamie Kelling and Nick Kenny.
62. Leave
And
at 121.
the feisty Robert Owen in a 5-person group. I think there's going to be a lot to handle tonight. Decides not to go for the bullseye. I think that's a good play. He's going back to a double that's already worked. And he's only one dart away from finding our first break of throw of this match.
42. Leave requires 32.
50% so far.
16.
And gives Jamie a
Jamie
freebie.
require 150.
Why, oh why, didn't he stay on the 60? That was so
84.
perfect.
He requires 16.
Stay on that 60 for the double 15. That was the play. And it may have cost him the leg. Because Lee Cox finds double 2 with his third dart. His 50% checkout rate has gone down, but he has found the first break of throw of this match.
Six flag, it's Lee to throw first.
If Lee does win this game, it will be only the second game today won against the darts. Currently, it's 5-1 in favour of the person throwing first in the match.
83.
And the only time that someone's been broken is when Lee lost.
45.
If I had £1 for the amount of times that after a visit Lee Cox has looked up, I would have a very jubilant weekend.
123.
It's been one of those weeks for the very likeable London captain. And I have to give him a full bucket full of credit because he is constantly stuck at his task. There are lots of people out there who think that darts is easy. And some of these guys can make it look easy, but it's very, very difficult. Just want to give a shout out to Ryan Inglis, who's tweeting, saying that he's watching the live league and great game so far and excellent coverage. Thanks, Ryan. Really do appreciate that.
45. Leave require 160.
We've had a couple of people tweeting about their left eye dominance after what I was talking about with Tony Newell.
90.
Oh, look at that for only 90 points. This has got to be good.
123. Lee requires 71.
It's pretty much all he could do. Leave a shot and wait to see if he gets a look.
Sorry, that leaves you 32.
I think he's just had a brain meltdown. As if to say, what have I left?
39.
And that may have contributed to those misses.
67.
58 remain. Double top. Oh, that's a beautiful dart. That keeps things really interesting. 3-3 now, and he's got his throw back, so Lee Cox has got to do all that hard work once again.
7th and final leg, it's Jamie to throw first. 41.
He just looks like the kind of player to me that I would describe as water off a duck's back. Nothing much bothers him.
58.
And those players are hard to beat because you can't ruffle them.
96.
Lee has got to get a move on.
100.
At worst, he must stay with Durant in the first 12 darts.
28.
Being ahead is even nicer.
121. 41.
Now, as it stands, we are going to have 4 players on 2 points, 1 on 0, and that's the person who loses this game, and Adam Atkinson on 4. He returns in game 7 to potentially open up a 4-point gap before the halfway
100.
point of today's action. You do not want to be the person squandered
30.
and lost on 0 points after 2 games because you're already playing catch-up.
95. Lever 151.
But 2 match darts have been squandered by Lee Cox in this match, and they could prove immensely costly.
31.
The only upside
Jamie require
is that
100.
he's left a finish with a double at the end and not a bullseye.
52.
That is a really
Lee
interesting
require
play. I don't think he
120.
got that right. I think going for tops or for 60 was best, because now he's only got 2 darts for the match instead of 3.
48.
Let's find out
Jamie
if
require
it makes
48.
any difference. Well, it does. And we haven't even got to the double yet. And he's not going to get to the double in that visit, which is a huge
Lee
mistake.
requires 72.
To quantify what kind of a pinch this would be, it would be like Spider-Man nicking your lunch from a height, and you don't even know it.
52.
And he's now mismatched darts in 2 legs.
Jamie require 32.
Double 16. Oh, this is tricky.
24.
They've both missed 3 match darts now.
Lee require 20.
This is tricky.
No score.
And I think the end of his point may have got a hold of some
Jamie
size, but it
require
didn't get
8.
enough.
Game
And
shot
Jamie
on the
Durant
match.
does take full
Jamie
advantage.
Durant.
Lee Cox is left crestfallen after losing a game that he should not have lost. It's just been one of those weeks for Lee, and Jamie gets his 5th win here at the Live League in his career. Let's move straight on to the next match. Adam Atkinson is looking to keep up his perfect record here on his debut day, and he's up against the Bear in game number 7. Hello everybody and welcome back to our action here in Group C. We have concluded 2 rounds of our games and we're going into the middle section for Thursday. So welcome to this round, Tony Newell and Adam Atkinson. He's at the top of the table and he is very comfortable in this sort of position because he's having the year of his young career so far. As for Tony, he is in a 4-way logjam on 2 points. And over the next day and a bit, we will find out if he can push for the top 2 spots.
Okay, first look, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
So far, Tony has won a game and lost a game. And he is maintaining that 50% win ratio when he plays here.
100.
But Adam's played 2 games and he hasn't lost one yet. So you don't need me to tell you his win percentage. But let's talk about Tony Newell for a little bit of time. Because he's been around for a good
58.
8 or 9 years. Playing top level stuff. He's played in 4 UK Opens. In 2014, 2016 and 17.
100.
And his last one in 2019. His best run came in 2016, where he made the last 64.
180.
Look who's at it again. Fast becoming the favourite for this group. Every now and again, somebody just pops their head in the window
137.
of Live League Darts and says, "Do you know who I am?" Trust me, Adam, we know who you are now. That year when Tony Newell made the UK Open last 64, he lost out to Adrian Lewis by 9 legs to 1. No shame in that. 2-time world champion. He'd already beaten Paul Hogan
43. Adam, you rock 143.
to get to that stage, and at the UK Open, that is some win. Even better when you consider he beat him by 6 legs to 1.
59. Tony rock 121.
One of the most left finishes in darts, but you can never take it with a 5.
31. Adam, you require 84.
His finishing today has been glorious. It has to be said. But his approach play here is just a bit too risky.
68.
I don't know when people are going to
Tony
figure this
require
out.
90.
But going for the big number gives you a much better chance of having a shot at a double. Double 15.
75.
That was a tough shot for Tony.
He requires
Had to
60.
swerve that around that dart. 2 4s. Round the houses.
12.
And the first time
Tony
today we've seen
require 15.
him at a visit look a little less strong. It's got to be the top bin.
3.
Had to go for the top portion. He couldn't see
4.
the bottom bit. That was not a guide. That was a blocker.
No score.
And that's the wrong bed.
Tony require 12.
It's like the licorice all sorts of darts days, this. We're seeing all sorts of things going on.
First leg.
But it is an
Tony
eventual
Newell.
hold of throw for Tony Newell in 23 darts. And by about 11 darts, it's not the worst leg we've had today.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Just talking a little bit more about Tony's
100.
career. He's played in 5 European Tour events. Twice he's played in Gibraltar. And he has won there. He's also won at the European Darts Match
100.
Play back in 2015. So 2 wins on the European Tour stage will be one of his career highlights, that's for sure. He beat Terry Temple by 6 legs to 3 at that European darts match play, eventually losing out to Justin Pipe in Innsbruck, Austria. One of the most picturesque
95.
darts tournaments that's ever been held. And do you know who did really well in that tournament? A certain Dave Pallett. And he's already in the finals this week.
100.
That same season when he went to Gibraltar. He lost out to Terry Jenkins after beating Steve West. That tournament, of course, was won by Michael van Gerwen, but he beat Terry Jenkins in the final. So Tony losing out to an eventual finalist. No shame in that. Okay, Tony. Another one of those. Okay, can you hit one against Adam Atkinson?
145.
That's 3 times today we've seen somebody going for the 170. 2 narrow misses and 1 hit.
$79. It's only required 25.
This is a great leg from the Bear. That could be kind.
9.
I make that at least 4 times he has wired that 8-8 now. No joy on the 54 and ball at the end of that combination.
Only requires 60.
So the Bear comes back.
Game's on the
And
second
the Bear
leg.
is in front by
Newell.
2 legs to 0 against the somewhat favourite for this group from what we've seen so far on Thursday morning.
Delegates Tony to throw first.
Just looking back at Tony's challenge to our career as well.
85.
Because he hasn't played on the Challenge Tour this year so far, but he has the previous 2 seasons. He's made a couple of quarterfinals.
24.
One of them in Milton Keynes, one in Barnsley. But just looking at his social media over the course of the last couple of days, he has been doing pretty decently at local level. Now, up in Cumbria and the north of England, where he plays the majority of his stuff, he has been doing all right.
180.
And he may be running into Atkinson a bit more before the end of this year. Because there are things that they are going to go to, not just the Live League. Looks like they're going to be going to that ADC World Open.
$60.
But very similar to the likes of Ashton, who was here very recently.
140.
They would like to have some form going into those things, using this as a vehicle to make their confidence bigger. It didn't work out for Lisa
70.
at the women's match play.
Only require 81.
It didn't work out for Kevin Painter on his way to the senior match play. But somebody's got to win today. Somebody's got to win this week. Why not
41.
them?
Adam, you require 167.
Why not indeed? The little cousin of the 170 isn't going to be troubled.
96. Tony require 40. Game's
It's
on the
now
third
3-0
leg.
to Tony Newell. And if you'd have told me that this was going to happen, I wouldn't have believed you based on what we've seen so far today. The Bear 1 away from the win.
Fourth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
this is round robin format for you. It's a tricky little beast.
60.
And don't come crawling to me asking me how to beat Tony Newell, because I haven't. I've played him a couple of times and he beat me both times. And they were pretty hurtful.
83.
Because they were for a few quid. Yeah, let's delve into the past, shall we?
96.
Both in 2014, when Tony was new to the tour and nobody knew who he was.
100.
And in the March and the May of that year, Tony beat me by 6 legs to 3 and 6 legs to 5. One of them in a second round match, one in a first round match.
60.
I didn't like him very much at the time, because you don't like people who beat you. But over the course of time, I got to know him a bit better. And I think he's a lovely guy. Super chap, great dad. Loves his young family. And flying the flag for Cumbria at the minute.
100.
Not a great deal of players from Cumbria at the top level. When you think of Cumbrian darts, you think of the likes of Paul McGimpsey.
135.
Scotland international, who has lived in Cumbria. And on the reverse of things, you've got Brian Woods from Cumbria, but lives in Scotland.
145. Tony Require, 83.
Is this the ideal finish for the Bear? Looking to tear Atkinson apart.
Game
And that's
shot
how you
on the
do it.
match. Tony
Absolutely
Newell.
clawing his way to a 4-0 victory, and that's going to do his chances in this group no harm at all. Let's have a little look at his stats from that game. 87.13 is pretty good. That's around 17 darts per leg, and the checkouts are very decent. 4 from 12 for 1 in every 3. Really good stuff, as Atkinson is bruised, and he does get his first defeat in his live league career at the halfway point of today's action. We're going to go into the next one, which is Keelan Kay against Lee Cox. They've already met 3 times this week, so how about a 4th? That's coming right up after this. Hello darts fans and welcome back to game number 8 of our schedule here for Group C on Thursday. My name is Paul Nicholson, I am the asset, and this is going to be Keelan Kay and Lee Cox for the 4th time this week, and Lee has not beaten Keelan so far. Maybe that is some additional bad news for Lee, as he finds himself at the bottom of the table once again. Unfortunately for him, that is familiar territory this week. And after losing the previous match that he played against Jamie Durrant, he was left steaming. And not much time to get ready for this one.
Throw first. Game on.
This is another complexity
96.
with this format, because if you continue to lose tight matches and you feel like you're banging your head against the wall, you don't have much time
45.
to get ready for the next game or recover from the previous defeat.
100.
This is a really big test for Lee right now. After losing twice already today, he's already lost 3 times to Keelan this week.
58.
He can stop 2 negative trains of thought if he can somehow get through this 7-leg match.
29.
And Keelan's been involved in 2 7-leg matches so far today. So he's
97.
thrown plenty of darts. But his average of 80 so far today,
45.
it could be a sign, even at his age of 20, that his arm is just a little bit tired. He's already played 17 games of darts this week, as has Lee.
140. Lee Rock 161.
And in his own words to me earlier in the week, he said, "Why can't I just play at that 109 average level all the time? If only we all could, Keelan. If only we all could.
91.
If we could, this game would be easy. It's very far from easy. Double top.
71.
That wasn't far away.
Lee Rock 64.
Lee needs a friend in double 16.
32.
You can see how close that was. If that was in the air, for the tiniest little bit more, it was in.
Game shown the first leg.
And that one is in.
Keelan Kay.
Keelan Kay seems to have the wood on Lee Cox so far this week, so we'll find out if that remains over the coming legs.
Second leg is Lee to throw first.
Their games on Monday was 4-1.
100.
Same on Tuesday. Yesterday it was closer. 4 legs to 3.
$59.
And I just sense that maybe Lee speeds up a bit when he's playing the faster players. I've noticed that when he's played Keelan, when he's played Klassen. And if you think that bothers Keelan, think again, because he likes a fast game.
$96.
Now, the Live League is your home of darts this week. There are certain weeks where you will see action here, and some other quarters, like the World Match Play last week, both the women's event and the men's event. But this is your lot this week.
98.
Enjoy it. Things are going to get interesting by the end of the week to see who wins week 1 of stage 1.
82.
12 qualifying weeks, remember,
64.
to see who takes part in the Champions Week in the middle of October. The format has changed.
92. Keelan, you require 124.
For 2-0, and for a very rare break of throw.
99.
That has been
He
his
requires
Achilles heel
72.
today.
Game shown the second leg. Lee Cox.
I was really keen to see the reaction of Lee Cox if he hit that double six. But he gave nothing away. Just hit it.
So look, it's Keelan to throw
retrieved.
first. Game on.
We are tied at 1-1. After that miss at the bullseye for Keelan, it's proven to be costly.
67. $60.
If you're curious as to what kind of darts Lee is using, they look, to me, identical to an old David Chisnell
59.
dart. These days, Dave is using something
42.
different with a bit more natural tungsten in it, a bit more black coloured tungsten.
140.
But they look like an old version of the Chisnell dart, which are extremely popular worldwide. And they're based on an old Eric Bristow dart from the 80s.
100.
Maybe the most popular dart design in darts history.
42.
Come on, Lee. You've got to start on 19s on 299. Who's going to start listening to me?
85.
It happens too often. Listen, if you get a single 20 on 299, you can't leave a finish.
77.
A single 19 or a treble 19, you still can. When are these players going to listen? That's good stuff.
135. Keelan, you've got 160.
Maybe he doesn't need to listen to me. Let's face it, he's playing and I'm just commentating.
92. Lee requires
Now, if he does get a
79.
treble 19 here, as he does, it's double 11.
57.
The opposing
Keelan,
side of
you
the
require
board to double
24.
six is not as kind.
Game shown the third
And that
leg.
double, so far
Keelan
this
Kay.
week, has been maybe the most kind to Keelan Kay. On double 12, he's been really good.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
In fact, we were looking at stats yesterday. And double top and double 12
180.
are his best hit ratios. We've got a
60.
maximum apiece now. Cox with an average over 87. Keelan again sticking around that 80 to 81 mark. Without being his glorifying best today,
54.
he has been consistent. But I think what he's searching for over the next 12 months is that
100.
next level. How does he get to play at 90 plus all the time?
140.
And that does come with experience, which at the age of 20 he's got a lot of.
100.
It may just be one technical
127.
thing, maybe a mental thing, but that thing will be found.
57.
This leg isn't over if a big score is found right here.
100. Lee
I'm
requires
not sure
70.
that's big enough. Double 8.
Game
And
shown
that's
the
more
fourth
like it
leg.
from Cox.
Lee
He's
Cox.
found a 70 finish in 2 in this match and a 72.
Fifth leg, it's
So
Keelan
2
to throw
checkouts
first.
of around about the same number
Game on.
in 2 darts. The best you can do. They're the kind of finishes, funnily enough, that give you confidence.
50.
If you're taking out things like 84, 96, 90, 72, 70, They are the finishes that make all the difference.
140. 140.
And you're also looking at two players who are utilising white stems and white flights. And you may think, that's just personal preference. Yes, it is. But it means that they like to
100.
see them in the board. There are other players who utilise darker shades
140.
because they want to see less of the equipment against the board. It's amazing how intricate some players are. I've known some players for over 25 years not fluctuate away from white equipment because they want to see everything in the board. They can't stand darker colours.
131.
That's a great approach from Keelan. One of his best visits of the week. But he could have lost the leg.
Keelan, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shown the 5th leg.
That may be one of his best
Keelan
darts
Kay.
of the week. It's given him the lead once again, and you sense that maybe Kay is going to be involved in another 7-leg match.
6th leg, it's Lee to throw first.
It's up to Lee Cox to make that so. If not, it will be a
41.
3rd defeat of the day, and Keelan could get his 2nd win from 3 games and finally win in less than 7 legs.
45.
When you see these guys playing so much in the way of darts over consecutive days, you learn a lot about them.
140.
About their game, their mindset, and some of the other things as well. Like why Keelan Kay's got a Virgin Mary tattoo. If you weren't tuning in yesterday, it's because his father has one as well.
180.
Lee is now leading the 180 stats.
81.
And the 7th leg
Lee rock 140.
should be imminent.
$60.
That's okay, as long as Kay stays out of the finishing zone for Cox.
45.
And that
Lee
is the
require
case.
80.
Double top.
Game shown the 6th flag. Lee Cox.
I'm trying to figure out how that hit. Look at this. Look at how this dart went in. Wow.
7th and final leg, it's Keelan.
That's what you call a kind
Game
collision with the dart in the way. That was a little bit fortuitous.
58.
This is a big leg of darts for Lee's week.
140.
Remember, no more chances after Group C to get to the finals. This is it. Same goes for Keelan. Kay wins, he goes to 4 points to join Newell and Atkinson. Cox wins. It's a 4-way tie on 2 points.
93.
Albeit with Jamie Durant and Colin Osborne with a game in hand.
60.
Advantage, Crawley. He's taken advantage of having the throw now. And that's a half
134.
score shot. A 134 to leave a 134.
121.
Oh, and Keelan has hit a big one at the wrong time.
$44.
This one's a nerve shredder. Must go bull here for me.
58.
Because the 25 would have left 97, which is a 2-darter. As it stands, a single left a 3-darter. It's the bull for Lee.
65. Keelan, you
You
require
could barely
one,
get a piece of paper
104.
between the point and the wire. That was a great attempt. And Keelan is not going to win this leg at this visit. That's the pitfall of leaving the 2-darter.
64. Lee required
Or
25.
the 3-darter instead of the 2-darter. 88.
21.
And 2 darts missed at that visit, as well as the bullseye miss, mean 3 missed darts for the match. And Kay could nick it
Keelan, you require
to
40.
win his 4th straight game against the London captain this week.
Game
And that is
shot
the
out
case.
the match.
Lee Cox is
Keelan
having a
Kay.
very tough time of it today. He will have to take some fresh air and just try and figure out how he can win from here, because Kay has got himself on 4 points. That is, funnily enough, one of his best performances of the day statistically, but there is so much left in the tank. Speaking of round number 3, we're going to have Osborne against Durant next. 2 guys from the same region of the country, both guys from Middlesbrough. Welcome back, darts fans, to the Online Darts Live League, and this one is going to be a Middlesbrough affair, and if it was up to me, the winner of this game would get a Palmo, but I don't think we've got any in stock. I would try and say it like someone from Middlesbrough, but I don't want to be derogatory. That's not my style. But this one could be very interesting because both players on 2 points. Not separated by much in the leg difference. But the winner will join that logjam on 4 points now, which is 3 strong. Only the London County captain, Lee Cox, is left on 0.
It feels like it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
We do have a couple of very well-known players tuning in today, and both who have won a World Championship. No surprise to anybody that Uncle Glenn is watching Jamie right now. And Neil Duff is watching today as well. Hope you're well, Neil.
56.
Good luck to both guys for the rest of the season. We have seen Neil Duff play at the Live League before, of course.
82.
I wonder if we'll see him again. You'll have to wait and see.
42.
But Colin today has had one of the weirdest days I can remember in a Live League Group C encounter.
59.
That game he had with Tony Newell in Game 1 will live with me forever. He almost did
38.
what Dave Pallett did just over a month ago, where he was on for setting a Live League record average of over 120.
140.
And could have lost the match in the end. And the only record he
99.
set
Colin, you're quite 80.
was missing 26 darts for the match. But at least he won it.
60.
And he should win this leg as well.
$99. Colin, you require 20.
Double 10 for leg number 1. He was hopeful that that was in, but he's not going to go for the double 5.
12. Game you require
Good tactics.
67.
However,
99. Colin, you require
I think
8.
that was a bit of mind games there from Colin.
Game shown the first.
It worked.
Leg. Colin Osborne.
I'm not sure I would have gone for a 2 in leaving double 4 with my opponent at 167, but he laid down the gauntlet. Jamie just couldn't find it.
So like it's Jamie to throw first.
And I said good tactics as well. 'Cause I
59.
wasn't fully aware that Jamie was on 167. More fool me. Now, if you are tuning in
95.
and you don't know what a Palmo is, you obviously haven't been following
83.
certain dart players for the last 6 or 7 years, because they have been mentioned many times. And there is a bit of a discussion as to where invented
134.
the chicken parmigiana, because that's exactly what it is. It's breaded chicken with cheese
97.
and tomato sauce, and predominantly in most places with a slice of ham in it. There are many versions of it worldwide.
180.
Oh, there's the tomato sauce, hit 3 times.
98.
In Australia, they're called
192.
They're very popular in Italy, in New York with a lot of the Italian immigrants.
Game shown
And
the
92
second
checkouts are
leg.
pretty popular as
Colin
well.
Osborne.
What a wonderful finish that was. Maybe me talking about
Well, look, it's Colin
Palmos
to throw
is
first.
making him hungry for success.
$80.
He does look very hungry and very focused, and even that bounce out has not derailed his focus.
100.
You would have to say that the 2 most successful dart players
58.
from Middlesbrough have got to be Glenn Durrant and Colin Osborne.
180.
But Jamie's career is only getting started. Who knows what he could do over the next 15 years? Got one maximum each.
140.
And that remains the case.
$93.
I think Colin would take 93 to leave 130.
97. Jamie,
That's a little bit better.
28.
60 for Bull left. That one just came out a bit sideways.
93. Colin, you've got 126.
419s for Bull. The route here for Colin. Marginally misses the 57.
41. Jamie, you've got
And
35.
for the first time in this match, he has to wait and see.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
lovely,
third
lovely
leg.
dart from Jamie.
Durant.
You can see how hitting that previous shot helped it go into that southwestern double.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I do believe there are
45.
congratulations in order as well for the Durant family. Glenn recently tweeted about another addition to the family. Congratulations to you all.
45.
There's so much negativity in the world right now. It's nice to see
100.
something nice happening.
$85.
And over the course of August, there will be a lot of darts action in Australia and New Zealand with the
57.
World Series going over there. We will be here every week through to the middle of October. We are not going anywhere. So wherever you go, take us with you. We'll have darts action for you Monday through Saturday
100.
every week. So you can get your darting fix. I will be here for the rest of the week.
95.
Both in the morning sessions and the evening sessions for the next couple of days. And the finals on Saturday. And then Chris Murphy will be your host for week 2.
44.
And on Saturday night, I will let you in on who is going to be here for next week.
$100. Jamie Rock, 155.
Now, what can we see in leg 4? Not a 155 checkout.
39. Colin, you require 95.
Choices. Fine choice. And when you're not sure, it's always best to back away. He knows where that is. That's a 3-1
Colin
lead.
Osborne.
So in the battle for the Palmo, it is the elder statesman. Sorry, Colin. He's 3-1 up.
It's Colin to throw first.
I mean that in the most nicest of senses. He's the more experienced player, we could say, by 14 years.
85. $41.
I just had a nice message from James Richardson as well, someone who all of our regular Live League viewers will know. And he's doing a bit of work today and watching the Live League at the same time. Cheeky James.
81.
I'm sure we'll see you sometime soon. Hope you're well. And that's the beautiful thing about Live League Darts. You can watch us anywhere.
140.
One of the benefits of modern technology, you see. You don't have to miss out.
99.
And it looks like Colin Osborne is not going to miss out on 2 points to join the group on 4. He might get it done right now.
96.
This has been a good performance from Osborne. The signs are there. that he is playing well.
80.
And he's on tops
Colin,
for
you
the win,
require 40.
averaging 95.
Game shot
Gets
out
rid
the
of it
match.
a lot
Colin
quicker this time.
Osborne.
In his first game of the day, it took him what seemed like forever to win that match. But there is that 95 average, and 50% on the checkouts is just a little bit better than what we saw in that first game of the day. Jamie not able to withstand the early onslaught of the Wizard. So that is 3 rounds completed for our games today. When we return, we will have a look at the table to see how everybody sits. So get yourself a cuppa over the next 3 minutes, and we'll be back very shortly. Hello everybody and welcome back. It's time for round 4, and at this stage we have to look at the table to see how people have fared so far today. So let's have a look at that. It's pretty tight, and even Lee Cox at the bottom of the table isn't out of it. If he can win against Osborne and Newell before the end of today's session, he will be in with a shout tomorrow if a couple of results go his way. But he would like the games to remain tight for now.
Okay, first leg it's Adam Cessaro first. Game on.
The bear is at the top of the tree. Can he stay there? We'll see him in the next game against Jamie Durrant. But when it comes to patterns of play today, there is one sticking out more than any other. And that is Game 3, which was Adam's first game here.
100.
He found that 170 checkout, and a very good 92 average with 80% on doubles. That's the only game today where the person throwing second in game number 1, or in leg number 1, sorry, has won the match. Every other game has gone with the darts.
96.
We are on a 6-game streak where everything's gone with the throw. If that continues, Atkinson wins this game.
140.
It's a bit like going to a casino and seeing on a roulette monitor
43.
that it's been black for the last 6 spins. And you think, surely the next one's going to be red. It doesn't work that way.
100.
It's something in game theory called variable change.
56. And I mean, require
Just because it's
88.
been black or with the darts for the last 6 games doesn't mean it will remain that way. Double 4.
Game shown the
And he's
first
back on the
leg.
horse.
Adam Atkinson.
After losing by 4 legs to 0 in his previous game against the Bear, he's found a very nice finish to get back where he was earlier.
Second leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
The one thing we don't have on the roulette wheel of darts
140.
is a 0, which in this kind of sport is probably classified as a draw. But we don't do draws at the Live League, we just do wins, and we give out 2 points to the people who win those games.
100.
Now, as we go into the later part of the summer and towards the autumn
96.
eventually, we will delve into the big pocket of darting talent to see who we can find, who we can uncover,
121.
to possibly send on their way to Q School in early 2023, because we know what happened last year. Connor Scott, Richie Burnett, Scott Williams, they've all either got tour cards or had blistering seasons, and it's no coincidence they've played really well here.
170.
This is a vehicle for success.
42.
Look, if Keelan Kay was to have a really good end to this season at the Live League and then get a tour card, we would happily not want to see him again.
85.
Because if we don't, it means he's doing really well on the tour. $74 remain. And you can tell what Keelan's thinking.
100.
He's having some good darts.
And you're 164.
But every now and again he's having a dart that really annoys him. Another of those. It's snagged on the flight.
120.
But it's big pressure.
Keelan, you're 28. No score.
That is really unfortunate.
You require 44.
Didn't get a kiss off the other flight to guide it into the bed. And the Poolie, I'm still getting used to that nickname, is at tops.
4.
I've probably said that all wrong as well, because when you're from Hartlepool,
Keelan, you
or from that
require
area of the country,
28.
it's Poolie, isn't it? You're almost saying that you're not very well, you're Pooly. It's very close. 77.
Game
Oh,
shown
that's
the
a lovely
second
dart
leg.
from Keelan.
Keelan Kay.
That was a much needed shot, because if he missed 6 darts at a double in this leg, you know for a fact Atkinson was going to go 2-0 up.
So look, it's Adam to throw first.
If you think I'm going to sit here on my commentary chair and cast dispersions at
96.
anybody from Middlesbrough, you'd be wrong, because I have many a friend there. There is a bit of a north-south divide in the northeast of England between
92.
the people who live north of the River Tyne and the people who live south of the River Tyne. But I can't say anything against Middlesbrough because my sister lives there.
96.
I've made some really good friends in that part of the world as well.
100.
Correctly, it's 19's first. These are the things you need to learn. If you're watching along today, trying to learn how these players get to finishes and why they do it.
133.
Well, Keelan almost got that right. Starting 19s was correct. Getting the 2 trebles leaves 195, so the last dart should have gone to the bullseye.
97.
25 would have left 170. Bullseye 145. And because of that,
60.
he didn't get a look at a finish.
113.
And Adam gets first try. Games have been won on a lot less. Double 18.
77.
Not another
Keelan, you
ton
require
plus finish. He's been the
160.
best at that today by quite some distance.
56. Adam, you require 36.
Is it 1 shot from 4 so far in 2 and a bit legs?
No score.
Make that 1 from 7.
Keelan, you require 60.
And after starting very brightly, things have just been pegged back a little bit, and he's left a little bit dry at the back of the oche. As Keelan Kay takes the lead.
Keelan Kay.
With a break of throw, something he has not been brilliant at this week, but if he can find more of them towards the end of play, he'll be in a very good position.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
It's an interesting name, Keelan, isn't it? I've seen a few guys with that name over the last few years. Not the same spelling, though. I've seen the Irish spelling starting with a C. I do believe it is an Irish name, if I'm not mistaken. Irish darts is in a very good place at the minute. Not just at the top level with Keane Barry, the likes of Willie O'Connor and Steve Lennon, but obviously the ladies' game with Katie Sheldon is going in the right direction. But how about at the next level as well? We've had the Heenahan brothers here.
100.
Hasn't Connor been very good here this year, making the final of Phase 4, where he lost out to Josh Payne. But Connor came back and lost in the final of Champion of Champions to Jim McEwen.
95.
It may just be a matter of time before Connor Heenahan hits the big time.
60.
Same could be said for Adam.
90.
If he's looking for a slightly better nickname, you could call him Double A and put a battery on the back of his shirt. There's so many little puns you could have with that.
95.
He never runs out.
Adam, you reckon 180.
He's full of energy. But there was a very famous Double A in wrestling, wasn't there? A guy called Arn Anderson. And his signature move was a spine
80.
buster. And that would have been a leg buster.
120.
Yet again, Keelan suffers that single 5, which is something I'm afraid he's going to have to address over the next few months.
44.
It creeps in
Adam, you require
what seems
38.
to be the key moments. Got to split 19 points down to 16.
Game
And that's much better. He's missed quite a few doubles over the last couple of legs, but that is a really nice fix to bring us back to level after 4.
Fifth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
And he has his throw back to try and keep that pattern going where nobody has lost a match on the throw since Lee Cox in game 3.
100.
Now, I'm privileged to have been
99.
involved in this sport for over 20 years in different capacities. And one of the best things about that is I've seen the growth of the game. The only time you would have seen someone from Cornwall playing someone from the northeast of England would have been either in county darts or in tournaments run by the BDO or possibly the PDC. It happens more regularly now than ever, whether it's WDF, county, PDC,
95.
Live League, ADC now.
$64.
John Port once said to me a few years ago, it doesn't matter as long as people are playing darts. Amen to that, John. Opportunity
60.
everywhere you look for people to get themselves in the big time to discover their darting dreams.
140. Adam, you reckon 109.
They can barely be split after 4.5 legs. Double 16.
Game
And
on
on
the
combinations like that
Adam
today,
Atkinson.
he has been really good. Dare I say, Damon Hetter-like with the double 16 combination
Keelan
finishes.
to throw first. Game on.
And
58.
even though Keelan has broken in this match, he needs to find another one after a hold if he is to get to 6 points first. Because this is a battle to be top of the table
57.
after this game.
$55.
One of the things that these young men will be learning over the next few years is something that Chris Mason says very eloquently all the time. You have to play this game to the best of your ability, but not try.
58.
When you're in game, you have to let everything come to you. It's got to be a
60.
relaxed mindset and a relaxed technique. If it's forced, it won't work. At this point, I should really send a very large, bold,
140.
good luck message to Chris Mason tonight. He's playing in an exhibition with Gerwin Price, Luke Humphreys and Johnny Clayton.
58.
Good luck, Chris. Hope it goes well. Let me know how you get on.
$58.
Keelan will be thinking at least a ton. He gets a lot more.
140.
130 gives you 1 out if you hit a big single. I would go 18s here.
84.
It didn't pay off.
Keelan, you're 100.
The thought was right. Bullseye.
Game on the 6th.
That's
Keelan
why you
Kay.
leave 130. If you can stay straight, and get one of the first two right, you get a shot at the bull, and nobody this week has been better at the bullseye than Keelan Kay. I make that his 5th bullseye checkout of the week. But it's Adam who holds the biggest finish of the lot.
80.
One leg shootout to see who leads after 10 games today. When he gets it right, he gets it very right. I just sense that maybe Keelan Kay is the kind of player that needs to be pumped up.
60.
Because right now the adrenaline is jumping through his veins.
46.
Not everybody plays this game like it's a library. They need atmosphere. They need something to bubble. And as each month and year passes,
100.
You're trying to discover what kind of a player you are.
44.
He has half a dart lead with Atkinson back at the hockey.
$140.
Bad news for Kay. About as good a 140 as you will see. But look at this.
180. And a miracle 120.
This is the best game of the day. Is it going to finish on another bullseye checkout? No, it isn't. Because it's going to finish on double 14. What a brilliant finish that was from Adam Atkinson. Wow, what a game. Keelan hits the 180 to leave 54 to win it. And he is shut out by the ranked number 2 player in the ADC. There the averages tell you the story, but not the full story. 2 big finishes to finish that match of 130 and 121. Brilliant game, guys. Don't be too disheartened, Keelan. That was a fantastic match. And you didn't win because you didn't have the darts. Yet again, it's the person with the darts that wins. Will that remain the case for Jamie Durrant up against Tony Newell, who has 4 points as well? Hello folks and welcome back, and Adam Atkinson does sit atop the table now, one game in front of the Bear, but if he can win against Jamie Durant here, he will give the Poolie some company. There you see it. If win here for Tony Newell, and he will go back to the top because he has the superior leg difference. And today, so many games 4-3 and so many games going with the darts. But still very unpredictable.
Okay, first look, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Jamie Durant, who has won one game today, will be looking to win his second
45.
to join Newell on 4 points with Keelan Kay and Colin Osborne, leaving Lee Cox at the bottom on 0.
140.
That is one aggressive looking bear on the back of that shirt. And trust me when I say this, that is not representative of the kind of person that Tony Newell is. He's more of a cuddly toy than an aggressive bear. But he's going to have to be relentless on the dartboard, that's for sure.
49.
I wonder why Tony Newell has decided not to
96.
partake in Challenge Tour action this year, because living in Cumbria, which isn't too far away from places like Barnsley and Wigan, two of the most used UK venues.
60.
Bit of a puzzler for me, but sometimes family trumps darts, and I can totally understand that.
137. Tony record 120.
120 for a break of throw, and you can't start that with a treble 5.
37. Jamie record 36.
Double 18.
No score.
Well, that hasn't really done him any harm, because even when he missed the 18s and 9s, he's still going back for a big double. Double 16.
Game shot on the
that's
first
a really
leg.
good recovery, isn't it?
Tony Newell.
That's an 18 dart break of throw, but a lot of people would have been looking north for that 80, but he prefers the bottom left corner.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first.
That Challenge Tour season, which will come to a close in the next couple of months,
41.
is getting pretty interesting. A lot of our Live League participants this year have done very well. In the top 10, we've got the likes of Gian Van Veen, Andy Jenkins, Jim McEwen, Robert Owen, who you will see tonight, Dave Pallett, who you will see on Saturday night,
55.
Stephen Burton and Scott Williams, all part of the top 10.
100.
And it's become pretty commonplace these days that Challenge Tour form horses tend to gravitate to Live League darts as well, to hone their skills.
96.
I am particularly intrigued to see what we will get from Jamie Kelling a little bit later on today. He decided to take a little break from the game after
164.
a decent start to the year. That was a very decent leave there from Tony.
57. Tony record 142.
And Tony's finding his feet now after a very sketchy
36.
start against Osborne. He's playing much better now than he was, but there's still a lot more to find. No shot at double 16.
58. Jamie record 92.
And Durant is looking at 2 double 18s. Nope. The more traditional route.
Tony record
As
48.
to whether it's the right route, I will leave that up to you.
$32.
That first start was perilously close to busting the score. Double 10.
20.
And that one was close to levelling the
Tony
score.
record 16. Game
And that one's in for a 2-0 lead.
Tony
We
Newell.
could well have our first game won against the Darts in this one for quite some time.
So look, it's Jamie to throw first.
Seven consecutive games
81.
now where the points have been won with the Darts. If that streak is snapped
78.
here, that's more bad news for Lee Cox because he plays against Osborne next and he's got the Darts.
54.
It's been one of those weeks where nothing has gone right for Lee. But things are starting to go right for Tony.
45.
It's a lovely, uncomplicated action that Jamie
95.
has. I could watch that all day long. I can't imagine how difficult it is to throw
100.
cross-eye dominance.
$98.
I think it's a lot easier to throw when you are, say, a right-handed player and have right-eye dominance. But, as I've already mentioned, there have been some fabulous
100.
players with cross-eye dominance. And one of the people that I left off my list was Jim Williams, former World Trophy champion, of course, and
87.
winner on the PDC Tour this year. And someone who has been here last year with success.
140. Jamie require 80.
I've got a feeling that this has got to go. 74 turns into 20.
76.
And that's twice now
Tony
he's by
require
a double 10
38.
on different sides. Double 14.
24.
You don't need me to tell you that it
Jamie
didn't go
require
in.
10.
That was a bad third dart from Tony.
Game
But
shot
that's
on
a
the
really
third
good
leg.
third dart
Jamie
from Jamie.
Durant.
He could have been 3-0 down. He survives a little bit in leg 3, but does himself a favour by finding double 5.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Some of the other players in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit that are doing very well here at the Live League this year, the likes of Clarkson, who you will see tonight.
81.
Lee Evans, Stu Wilson, Matthew Edgar, of course. One of the busiest men in darts, really, with his YouTube channel,
55.
playing on multiple circuits.
$133.
Is this another one of those games that's going to flip on someone missing
60.
a shot and the other one hitting? We could have had 3-0. It's now 2-1.
97.
And he's doing everything quickly. Even when he was looking at the scoreboard there, he was staying in motion for the third dart and almost did it without looking.
81. $78.
He had a 164 earlier in this match as an approach shot. The ideal one here would have been 170.
98. Jamie Rockall 112.
What's going to happen next? Treble 18's an option. Could have gone for treble 18 and double 19.
56.
That's usually
Tony Rockall,
reserved
112.
for the elite thinkers like Scott Williams and Michael Smith. This is very good.
Game
And a winning
show
leg
the
for
fourth
Tony
leg.
Newell.
Tony
Holds
Newell.
his throw. Could have got the match won by now, but is still in a commanding position via that ton plus checkout.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $85.
You may not know if you're watching from outside of the UK, because we do have some viewers internationally. We've had tweets this week from
78.
Australia, North America, Germany, Bulgaria. You may not know that people from Middlesbrough are called smoggies.
43.
Something to do with the weather.
$140.
Where Tony's from, in Kendal, in Cumbria.
100.
You go to the outskirts of Kendal, it is beautiful. Some of the nicest landscapes in all of the UK.
140. $95.
And it may just be a matter of time before Tony Newell joins Adam Atkinson on 6 points. Because he has the better average.
55.
He has the better checkout percentage. He has the better position. All he's got to do is finish it off.
26. Tony require 88.
Two little snowmen left. And decided not to go for the ball
56.
after a
Tony
single 18.
152.
That's the second time today I've seen somebody lay up
54.
potentially
Tony requires
whilst
32.
Jamie was on a finish. Gutsy.
Game shot
it
on
did
the
work.
match.
He was the
Tony
better
Newell.
player in that match. He could have won it by 4-0, but he will definitely take 4-1. 80 is the average. Checker percentage of 44, but that 112, that's what gave him comfort when he won the fourth leg with that ton plus checkout. So Tony Newell goes to 6 alongside Adam Atkinson. Let's see what Lee Cox can do from position 6 in the table against Osborne, who's looking to join the guys on 6. That's coming right up after this. Hello and welcome back. It's Thursday, it's Group C, and this is going to be the last match of round number 4. It is a familiar fixture because we have seen these guys do battle 3 times already this week. It's over to Aussie and Coxy. Aussie very much in the mix. Coxy, not so, but things can change over his next couple of matches. He's had a bit of a break since playing games 6 and 8, where he lost them both by 4-3. But he does have this game against Osborne and a final match of the day against Tony Newell to come.
It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Now these are good pals, and I think Osborne understands just how difficult this week has been for Lee. He's lost so many close games.
85.
But now you've got to be unsympathetic. You have a job to do. And that's about as unsympathetic as it gets. Cox lost his first game against Adam Atkinson. Not much fault of his own, really.
96.
Atkinson was brilliant. And after that, those 2 4-3 losses, which would have been like somebody jamming a twig in his ribs.
57.
Just incredibly annoying. Meaning that he's only won 3 games this week from a possible 18. That is drastically down on his usual win percentage. But the good news, Lee, this group is not over yet.
60.
If you can save your best for last, today and tomorrow, you can still make that top 2 in this group, which will give you another look at the finals on Saturday night. You've been there before in week 2 of phase 4 last year. Oh, that was such a good shot.
Game shown the first.
And they may be the best
Lee
3 darts
Cox.
he's thrown all day, because that second dart, look at this, didn't even flicker the other flight. And a shot at tops,
Second leg, it's Colin
that
to throw
was
first.
magnificent. And just to emphasise another point about
59.
how many games we've seen that have gone with the darts. We have only seen 18 breaks of throw today out of 66 legs.
95.
That's a very low number. That streak of 7 straight games with the darts was broken
100.
by Tony Newell just now, as he beat Jamie Durrant. Oh, how Lee would like to win with the darts right now. And that would make his final game just a little bit more winnable.
70.
Colin's worn a plethora of different colours this week. Black, purple. I wonder what he's got reserved for tomorrow. You don't tend to see him wear a lot of red, funnily enough. Being a Borough fan. Quite common these days for dart players to have shirts that are adorned with the colours of their football team. Oh, great second dart. Double 12.
Game shown the second leg.
And that is brilliant
Colin
from Osborne, who, with no hesitancy, takes that second leg with a 92 checkout that you can't do any better than that, really, with 3 darts.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first.
But you can do it with 2. You see my point.
140.
Maybe you can go with 20 for 2 double 18s, but sometimes the traditional ways are the best.
140. 59.
Lee Cox did not like that finish, I can guarantee you that. Because it looks to me like Osborne has found his purple patch again. And he's playing just the tiniest bit quicker than earlier in the week. And I think maybe that is a tactic that he's employed today. And at times he's been really good. It feels as though he's just under the surface of finding that form that has been a little bit missing over the last couple of months.
60.
Don't forget that he did win a weekly title back in week 4 of Phase 1 earlier this year.
100. Colin, you were 160.
And he can never be discounted. Sensible stuff.
110.
Leaving the 2 darter, using the bull of the 25. And that's the dart that again feels like a twig in the ribs.
38.
If only you could finish 109 with 2 darts.
71.
Oh, Colin. He's left in shock.
15. Lee requires 72.
And now it's Coxy. Looking for 72. He's looking at 67. He guarantees the single.
38.
The last 6 darts have been a bit messy.
Colin, you require 56.
This is for a break of throw. And when
Games on
Osborne
the
is playing
third
well,
leg.
that double top
Colin
is about
Osborne.
the size of Middlesbrough. Really good shot here.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I'd be really interested to know, and I've never asked Colin this, I've known him a long time. Who's his favourite Middlesbrough player? Who could it
60.
possibly be? Bernie Slaven? Janino? Fabrizio Ravanelli?
58.
Nick Barmby? I don't know. I'd have to ask him. Oh, look at that.
180.
How did he squeeze that one in? He's doing things now that he hasn't done all week. He's scoring plenty of maximums. He's got 3 in this game.
97.
Previous game against Durant, he got 1 there. Then before that against Atkinson, he didn't get any.
140.
But in his first game of the day, when he had that great chance of a massive average, he got 4. He's having a pretty decent time of it on the 60 bed today so far.
99. Colin, you record 121.
And the best 1-2-1 we've seen today was from Atkinson against Keelan Kay. It was to win the match.
41.
Lee seems to have gone off the boil.
83.
Nothing seems to be going right, and the adrenaline
Colin, you require
seems to have
80.
left his body. Just above that one. And again.
60. Lee require 164.
If I was in Lee's shoes and I hit this, I'd start laughing.
80. Colin,
He's
you
trying
require
so
20.
hard to get things back. But more often than not, his opponents are on doubles when he's sitting on something bigger.
Game's on the fourth.
And Osborne puts his
Colin
foot down once
Osborne.
again. 3-1 lead for Osborne. And it looks very likely that we are going to get another against the darts win.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
This
57.
is very similar to what Colin did in his previous game. On that occasion, it was 95.53. This is not that far away from that.
57.
At the conclusion of this game, we will take a short break. And when we return, we will look at the table going into the final round. Nobody's going to get the perfect 10 points today. The most that anybody can get is 8.
96.
And if Osborne wins this game, there are 3 potentials for 8 points. And funnily enough, we could have 3 players on 8 points at the end, because Atkinson plays Durant,
100.
Osborne plays Kay, and Newell plays Cox. So the guys on 6 potentially aren't playing each other. They
60.
may just open up a bit of a canyon between themselves and the chasing pack.
$100. $85.
It's pretty much as you were, only 3 points between them. It's all about the distance Lee can create between himself and his opponent. There's a wry smile as he doesn't get to a finish. But Osborne's going to be there first, and it's going to be very small.
137.
Whatever you do, go for the 12.
132.
Very sensible.
Colin, you require 66.
Considering the week he's had, he probably would have hit the 60 with the 3rd dart. That's all right. So is that.
46.
Unfortunately, that is short, and that would have been
You
for a
require
4-1 victory.
40.
Can Lee survive?
Game shot on the 5th.
Well done, Lee.
Lee Cox.
That's 5 legs in, and he has survived 1 match shot from Osborne so far. He'll be hoping he doesn't have to survive any more.
Seems like it's Colin to throw first. $58. $59.
And when your opponent starts 58 on a leg that they're throwing first, you think surely 2 trebles have got to be in here to put pressure
26.
on. But Osborne's resistance at the start of this 6th leg has not been its usual
60.
bulletproof best. But he's back.
135.
To the devastation of Cox, who now stares at a 100 gap.
$60.
No dart player at this level likes a trebleless visit, especially when they're trying to fight for their Group C existence.
180.
Now that is a 4th maximum in this game for Osborne. The 2nd time today he has found 4 maximums in a match. Devastating accuracy on the 60.
87.
And Lee Cox is staring at the door
102.
of the Group C exit because he could be 8 points adrift going into Friday
62.
once again. That was the case going into Tuesday after a pointless Monday, and it will feel a bit like deja vu right now.
93. Colin, you require 40.
All Osborne has to do is finish the job.
Game
And
shot
on his
on the
third match
match.
shot, that's exactly what he
Colin
does.
Osborne.
Osborne was the better player, but those 4 maximums made a huge, huge difference. 91.19, his second consecutive average over 90, and 50% on the checkouts again for him. He's starting to click all right, and he will have a chance at getting 8 points if he wins his last game. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll look at the table ahead of round number 5, so don't go far. Hello and welcome back. It's the Online Darts Live League once again with Paul the Asset Nicholson calling this in. So round number 5 about to start with a bit of a northeast battle, but let's look at the table before we get cracking. 6 points for 3 could turn into 8 points for 3 because the top 3 in this table are all battling players in the bottom 3 to come. If that happens, there will be a 4-point gap between the top half and the bottom half at the end of play. It's going to be Hartlepool versus Middlesbrough in this one. You could say it's a bit of a local derby.
Okay, feels like it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
And these guys will know each other pretty well because they travelled here together.
Hey, T3.
There may have been a little bit of banter ahead of this game. And over the years, there have been some pretty good northeast battles.
123.
You never know, this one could be want to stand the test of time. We might be seeing a lot of these guys in the years to come.
41.
I remember growing up and being introduced to the likes of Mac Murphy from Biker, one of the best players I've ever seen.
135.
To the likes of Gordon Dobie, Chris Dobie's father, and the likes of Davy Gradwell. And when you saw them play each other in Super League, it was a big occasion. And then you'd see the likes of Stevie Wanless and Davy Richardson play against each other in local singles. And you think, I can't take my eyes off this game. But I think with all due respect to all of the names that I've already mentioned,
88.
and of course the current North East biggest derby, which is probably Rids against Dobie, based on rankings. When I was a kid, it was always Gary Robson against Davy Richardson. That game was extra special.
45. Adam, it requires 60.
Single 20 for tops. To give us a break of throw. We haven't had a great deal of these today.
Game shown
In fact, less than a third of our legs won today have been breaks of throw. So, another one for Adam, and he takes the impetus in this one.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
If you think about, and I know I'm talking a lot about North East darts, but I've got massive license to do that the next couple of days. I'm going to take advantage of it. Because I know more about North East darts and Australian darts than most people. But if I was to have a couple of dream matches from the North East of England
45.
On a big stage in front of a lot of people. Oh, there's some good ones I could think of.
137.
It would have to be Gordon Dobie versus Chris Dobie. That one still happens because they're still playing magnificently. I would have Robbo against Richardson. And
134.
The other one that springs to mind. In fact, there may be a couple.
86.
One would be Doug McCarthy against Phil Nixon. And I'm going to leave this up to the Twitter sphere, in fact. I want to hear from you guys
60.
For the rest of the show. And I want to know who you'd want from the North East of England to play Glen Durrant. I want to know.
82.
Who from that area of the North East of England, from any period in the last 50 years, who would you want to play against Durrant in a dream match?
$97. Jamie requires 74.
Treble 14. Beautiful.
42.
Very nearly takes that leg.
You require 84.
Atkinson can steal it on his own throat. Double 12.
Game
and
he's
found double
leg.
6 right at the top corner.
Atkinson.
So it's 2-0 to the lad from Hartlepool. And this is looking really good for his chances of 8 points.
So look, it's Jamie to throw first.
Do you know what? I'm going to pay full credit to Colin Osborne, and I think maybe he is the right game for Durant
59.
in that dream scenario, because let's face it, both Middlesbrough lads, it would be a great spectacle. Both of them in their prime would have been amazing to watch.
180.
I've said it once, twice, and I'll say it again.
93.
This lad's got talent. And he's got technique. There are many players out there in the top level who would buy his throw off him.
38.
And this is one stiff test for Durant. Because when he's in this mood, this is insatiable stuff.
180.
He might be saving his best for last.
92. Adam, you require 42.
This is where you find out if someone is a double 16 person or a tops person. Question answered.
24.
We'll find out what he's like on double 9 when he comes back.
$99. Adam, you require 18.
He's not going to go for it. He'd rather have double 8.
Two.
Finds
Jamie
the gap between the dart and the
120.
segment to give Jamie a freebie.
80. Adam, you require 16.
He's thinking, come on, double 8.
Game shot on the third
It works.
leg. Adam
And
Atkinson.
sometimes when you're a double 16 shooter, you do need double 8 to work. And unbelievably, that is the first time he's missed double 16 all day.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
He had hit it 4 times from 4 before
41.
that shot. No wonder he keeps leaving it.
99.
Now his leg difference as it stands is +3. And it doesn't matter whether he's top of the table today. But if he's in the top 2 tomorrow,
86.
we're going to see more of this lad. But if Jamie can somehow win the last 4
100.
legs, and we have seen somebody win from this position this week, if he can do it, he would finish on 4 points for the day, which is very much in the fight.
But
he's got a big problem.
180.
That's 3 maximums for Adam. He's averaging north of 93,
41.
and he's got 6 darts to win the match. He might only need 5. This is devastating for Jamie's chances. A 4-0 loss would
45.
take his
That'll
leg
be
difference to
required
minus
54.
10, with only 2 points on the board. Double top.
$44.
He has missed a couple of doubles in this game. In fact, he's missed 8 now. But he has been afforded plenty of chances at the outer
100.
ring.
Adam, you require
In fact,
10.
Jamie's only had 3 shots at a double in the match. Again, Atkinson switches to leave the even number double.
8.
And he did have
Jamie
some
require
problems
160.
on that section a little bit earlier today.
76. Adam, you require 2.
How is he in the madhouse?
Game shot
Perfect.
out of the match.
That's as good as
Adam
it gets on
Atkinson.
double 1. And that's as good as it gets when it comes to a result here at Live League Darts. 4-0, 88.41. In fact, his average came down by around 12 points in the last couple of legs. He was hovering around the 100 for a little while. And that's because of some good 180 shooting. You see he got 3 there. And his doubles were good enough in the end. So a great debut day for Adam. Jamie with a lot of work to do for Friday. Let's look at Colin Osborne and Keelan Kay in our penultimate match, as another person is looking to finish on 8 points for Thursday. Hello folks, welcome back. 2 more matches for you on Thursday during the day. We do have some more action for you later on from 10 p.m. But match 14 is coming next, and it is a 4th meeting of the week between Keelan Kay and Colin Osborne. A last chance for them to add to their tally, as Atkinson has set the clubhouse lead at 8 points and a leg difference of +7. And if Tony Newell was to win his last game, he will top the table going into Friday. Osborne, regardless of what happens in this game, will be in touch. But Keelan Kay would love to walk away with 6 points today.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
4 points, and he has won less points than half. 6 points, it's more than half. It just feels better.
100.
And it gives you the tiniest bit more room for error when it comes to the final day of action, which it will
84.
be for a lot of people. Keelan's biggest problem
140.
is that the wizard, over his last couple of games, has found some form.
96.
He was a bit sketchy against Adam Atkinson in Game 5 where he lost 4-0.
95.
He had a very bright purple patch in the first 3 legs against Tony Newell, which he eventually won 4 legs to 3.
100.
But his last 2 games, averages of 95 and 91, he's looked extremely likely to score high and to finish. In fact, his finishes have been identical. 8 shots
48.
and 4 hits.
$100. Colin, you require 118.
20s first, please. Well played. Double 19.
Game shown the first.
And that's how
leg.
you do a 1-1-8.
Colin Osborne.
Over the course of the last couple of years, there's been a huge debate as to where you go first on a 1-1-8. Case in point, right there.
Second leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
You don't go 18s first on a 1-1-8. You just don't. I will argue that with anybody on the planet.
81. 85.
Keelan was left shocked after his previous game in Game 10,
59.
where he was sitting on something very small, and Adam Atkinson took out 121 on the ball.
85.
Oh, sorry, on double 14 to take him out 4 legs to 3. But here is the tale
100.
of Keelan's day. Every game he's played has been 7 legs. He's got 2 wins and 2 losses.
180.
And he doesn't have the darts in this game. If he's going to win this one by whatever margin,
55.
he's going to have to work
151.
even harder than at any point this week. Because Osborne is all over this. 74, confirmed by the referee.
91.
Who is doing his 59th game of the week. Yes, I said that right.
98.
Owen Binks will referee 105 games this week.
60.
And he's 59 into that. Double top.
20.
If Keelan's got any chance of winning this game, you feel that this has got to be close. 96 left.
26. Colin, you require 40. Game shown the
Osborne
second
is just
leg.
gobbling those doubles
Colin
up.
Osborne.
And we're seeing a pattern develop towards the end of these days. People are finding strength as others are starting to wilt.
Look, it's Colin to throw first.
I did get an answer to my question as to which Middlesbrough football player
134.
is Colin Osborne's favourite of all time. My esteemed producers and backstage staff have
140.
asked him the question, and I put out a few feelers there, like Janino and Fabrizio Ravanelli, Bernie Slavin, but I got close but no cigar.
140.
In fact, his favourite player is someone who went from Middlesbrough to Blackburn Rovers to win the Premier League.
45.
A very fine right winger called Stuart Ripley. A very good player indeed.
85.
Keelan is being left frustrated
85.
because of his misses
42.
and the fact that Osborne is constantly ahead of him. This could well turn out to be Osborne's best performance
90.
of the day. And considering what he was doing, the first 3 legs of that first match, that's a bit of a statement.
42. Colin, you record 52.
Double top once again. He wasn't sure if that was in.
$12.
We know they aren't.
$85. Colin, you record
Keelan averaging
40.
just shy of 80 in this game. Good 15 adrift of Osborne, who was again around that 95 level, but it's double 15 now.
25.
Chance.
Keelan, you record
A
100.
chance he didn't expect.
$72. Colin, you require 15.
Now what does Osborne do here? Does he go 3 or does he go 7? Pitfalls either side. Oof, that was close. That was almost a bust shot.
$11.
I know exactly why he's missing these doubles, because I
Keelan,
said he was on for his
32.
best performance. I've given him the commentator's curse.
Game shown the third leg.
And Keelan does break the
Keelan
throw,
Kay.
but he still needs to do that in this match. Even if he holds in the next leg, he will still need to break again if he wants to win this game.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
We had some great tweets in the break between the last game and this one. I was talking about
87.
dream matches in the northeast of England. And I put it out to our fans on Twitter about who would be a good game for Glenn Durant in a dream match. I've had Mac Murphy mentioned by James Ankers.
85.
Dale Graham said Davy Gradwell. That's a great game. I've known Davy many years. He's just a great player. But somebody's come through with Peter Searle. What a beautiful suggestion. I almost said Ryan Searle there.
48.
But our good friend from North Yorkshire, Martin Turner, great left-handed player, said there should be a game, Tab Hunter versus Graham Stoddart. I'm all over that. That is a proper My Generation game.
140.
I learnt a lot from both of those guys. I played locally with Tab Hunter, and I played county level with Graham. That's just a bit of a side conversation anyway.
83.
Got to stay straight on 230 to guarantee the finish.
100.
Straight he stays.
$100. Colin, you record 130.
The next 6 darts might tell us who wins this match. Oh, that's surgical. Bull.
Game shown the fourth.
We didn't
leg.
need 6.
Colin Osborne.
We needed 3. What a shot this was. That is vintage Osborne.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
And yet
Game
again, Keelan Kay standing at the back of the yellow zone thinking, they're just doing it against me today, aren't they?
45.
But it may be the first game he's played today which doesn't go the distance.
45.
Oh, that's a wild one. And even if Keelan breaks in this leg, he will still need to break again, as well as hold. This is a very tough thing he's got to do. But how much is left in the tank for both players? I'll remind you,
40.
they have played 19 games before this week. This is their 20th game of darts, not counting practice. If you think dart players just get sore arms, forget about the ankles, the knees, the hips, and the head, which is constantly concentrating on what they're doing. This is a tough sport. Especially when you're playing this amount of games in concurrent days. But for what seems like the first time in this match, Keelan's got a couple of visits to take care of a leg.
41. $100. Keelan, you require
Can he finish
90.
off leg 5? He's going to go the 20 route.
50.
He's left tops, but the tale of his day
160.
has been players hitting things like this to beat him. Double top. Is it going to happen again?
$76.
Not just yet.
Keelan, you require 40.
Still in this.
Game on the
and
fifth
finds
leg.
the tops he needed
Keelan Kay.
for 3-2. But like I said, he must hold in leg 6. If he does, he will play the maximum amount of legs he could possibly play today.
It's Keelan to throw first. $85.
He's capable of these ridiculous bursts. You don't average 109 in a match without having the capability of putting in
76.
a 12 and a 13 darter back to back.
125. $40.
Definitely advantage Kay now. Osborne has won 2 of their 3 meetings previously
96.
so far this week, with wins of 4-2 and 4-1. But yesterday, Kay did get his first win against Colin this week. And it was 4-2.
180.
That's Colin's second maximum of this game.
59.
And he's been the king of the maximums today. He's in double figures. $77 leaves 128. What's he thinking?
134.
That's what he's thinking.
Keelan, you require 130.
The lie was just too inviting. So's that one.
96.
And I think Keelan will be disappointed with
Colin, you
that
require
second dart.
71.
He's had one match shot.
Game
And that's the
shot
only
on
other
the
one
match.
he needs.
Colin
so he
Osborne.
beats Keelan Kay for the 3rd time this week. And he is going to go towards the top of the table to join Adam Atkinson on 8 points. So we have 3 players who could get there. 2 of them have done so. Osborne with that 86 average and 4 hits from 14 checkout attempts. Keelan Kay's got a lot to do tomorrow, and he's got a 4-point gap from himself to the top 2, but it could be the top 3. It depends on what Tony Newell does next against Lee Cox in our final match of Thursday's Group C action. Hello folks and welcome back. Lee Cox is at the point of no return once again, not for the first time this week. And if he does find a win in this game, he will still have a chance tomorrow, albeit a slim one, against a very rampant bear here today. Lost his first game by 4 legs to 3, but since then, Tony Newell has won all 3 games. If he wins a 4th, he will confine Lee Cox to the trash can for the weekend. He will not make Saturday night.
It feels like it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
But Tony is in a very good window of opportunity. Trying to make his first Saturday night here at the Live
140.
League. He did not start well, averaging 71 in his first game, but as soon as that ring rust came off, he started to find winning darts.
100.
His unconventional style is not something you would coach.
60.
But when you have a style like this, own it. Make it your own. Even Lee Cox has got a very unconventional style. It's a feather-like grip he's got on that dart and delivers it without hyperextending that elbow. And more often than not, it is very effective.
100.
He's just not having his best week.
45.
And there's a look of somewhat resignation on his face, because when bottom place is going up against prospectively top place in this table,
85.
sometimes big gaps can be found. Even when he was eliminated from Group A, though,
85.
he was causing problems for players. Tony Newell doesn't seem to have a problem.
96.
But he did have a problem on double 10 earlier. I wonder if he's going to be able to find that from his side of the hockey, because he does throw from the left side and going to the right side.
Tony required 20.
Perilous. Double 4.
Game shot on the
that's
first
pretty lethal.
Tony
he knew
Newell.
exactly what he was doing. If he was splitting double 10, he was never going to go for double 5 with Lee Cox on 169.
Looking like it's Lee to throw first.
Just want to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in, not just today, but all week long. Whether you have joined us on Sporty Stuff TV or the Online Darts YouTube channel internationally. We really do value your company. And remember that if you have had a little flutter on anything, or have chosen to have a flutter on anything for later, it is for 18s over and only.
58.
Please gamble responsibly, and begambleaware.org for more information at that website. We will have more darts for you later on today.
180.
Possibly just as good as that. You'll see Aaron Monk, Jamie Kelling, Nick Kenny, Robert Owen and Jelle Claassen
95.
in what looks like a blockbuster Group B. That'll come at 10 o'clock tonight
60.
local time. I will be live on Sporty Stuff TV around 8:25 tonight with some tips,
58.
which I'm sure I'll probably get drastically wrong, as usual.
96.
Lee Cox is not doing much wrong in this leg. Good to see.
$100. Require 40.
This seems like a bit of a cushy leg.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
one of his best of the
Lee
week.
Cox.
13 darter for Lee Cox, so it is 1-1. We're down to best of 5 in our final game of Thursday's Group C.
So look, it's Tony to throw first. $99.
He's just super unconventional, is Tony. Everything he does is unconventional. Left eye dominance, bulbous dart, slick stick
45.
stem. Try and say that a few times. Kite-shaped flight with a dimple. It is the kind of setup you would have seen from somebody back in the 70s. Playing the game in an old school way. I think the line was coined in the Man of Steel movie. Sometimes the old ways are the best.
$100.
He's a very respected player in the north of England. He goes to a lot of opens around the Cumbria area.
60.
And I'm sure towards northern Lancashire. And he does win his fair share of stuff.
$134.
Yeah, really good there on the treble 19. Averages today for Tony 71, 77, 87, which is a really big improvement. And then an 80 in beating Jamie Durrant. So we haven't seen his best darts yet. But he has found a way to be effective. Double top.
42. Lee Rock 138.
There's only one way to go for this. It's got to be 619s. He almost adhered to the rule of the new school.
86. Tony require 40.
Newell should be in front after that.
No score.
I have a sneaky feeling that second dart was
You
too
require
close.
52.
That is double 12, you're right, Lee. That leaves double 14.
Yeah.
Hurdle your way anti-clockwise to the 14s.
Game
And he
on the
finds
third
his
leg.
way to a
Lee
2-1 lead.
Cox.
And he's apologising because that was not the way he decided to do it. But that's the way it happened.
Like it's Lee
Hey, we've
to
all
throw
been
first. Game on.
We've all done something like that. I once hit a 58 checkout with a single 4, a double 9 and a double 18.
140. $60.
You just wonder what could possibly happen tomorrow. Lee is good enough
45.
to win a group. He has positioned himself brilliantly in a group before. But if he was to find his best darts on Friday, after getting 2 points here,
140.
he would only be 6 points adrift. And if he could get results against the 2 people on 8 points tomorrow,
43.
a lot is possible. But a 2-day group is a lot more urgent than a 3-day group. He knows this from his live league experience.
45.
And he must take advantage of the fact that Newell is not playing his best stuff in this game. And he seems to be doing that somewhat.
95. $100.
Wants to stay up top. That's why.
100. Tony require 156.
There's only one route to get this. 60-60 double 18 is the only way you can take 156
60. He requires 78.
in this format. Double 12. Ooh, look at that one.
Flag. Lee Cox.
Right in the corner. This one is worth another look. You can't get more in the corner than
Tony
that.
to throw first.
And in the words of James Corden, right in the stanchion.
38.
That may have been the most English joke I've ever told. What it means is scoring a goal in football by hitting the top
55.
corner and hitting the bit that hangs the net off the back. But what an opportunity for Lee to get his first win of the day.
100.
He does not want to have 2 days where he doesn't get any points.
$58.
Getting only 2 points in a table is never good. But it's better than nothing.
96.
And don't forget, his first game of the day tomorrow is against Tony Newell in game 1.
125.
If he can beat Tony twice and get to 4 points, he will only be 2 points behind Tony going into game 2 tomorrow. That's how fast things can change.
180.
But this game isn't over yet.
$100. Tony require
You see, Lee, you
87.
shouldn't have been going for the 60 last dart. You should have had some way of leaving a finish from 263. And this time double 12 is missed. I think Lee got his previous visit wrong. And look what he's done. If he'd have left 170, he would have had a shot at the ball for the match.
31. Tony, record
It's amazing how many times you see it. Double three. This is tricky.
9.
What an opportunity for Cox.
Lee requires
Not
32.
just to win, but to get some of that leg difference back.
Game,
And he's done
shut
it.
down the match.
Well done, Lee.
Cox.
You have worked super hard for that today. You were involved in some really big battles in the middle of that schedule, but you've ultimately got your first win. 88.71 is very good indeed. 80% on the checkouts, and when you got there, you were taking your shots. Well done. You will finish on 2 points. The Bear will finish on 6, but it's Atkinson and Osborne, the guys from the northeast of England, who are at the top of the table and in the qualifying spots as they stand. We will be back at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow for the conclusion of that group, but we're going to take a break during the day today and come back at 10 p.m. tonight, live on Sporty Stuff TV, to see what happens on the first day of Group B. This is the Asset signing out for now. Have a nice Thursday afternoon, everybody. See you guys a little bit later on tonight. Take care.